وناصر حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر وهيرو. وفعلا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو. لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
Hello and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. It is finals day 3 and I'm Span Cargo. With me is Professor Tarzan and I am so excited to be here for the very last day. Tarzan, you have been here for the past 2 days of finals and I gotta ask, how are you feeling going into the very last day of this season?
Extremely excited. It's like seeing your kids grow. I know I can't really say that, but you've seen them play, from that season 1 all the way to here, so it's been a great pleasure. And to be fair, these finals have been absolutely bonkers. We've seen some of these teams coming in with a lot of surprises when they didn't do so well in the previous stages, came in extremely strong. And then we'll also have those, I'm going to say, like quote unquote oat kings, and they are doing okay, but they still got more points to prove.
Exactly. I'm super excited to be here. I want to see who is going to be taking the crown this time compared to season 1. This is season 2. New things could happen. And there's definitely, I got to take a look at the overall. And I do got to say, there's some surprising things that are happening. But of course, first of all, let's go over all of the usual stuff. Let's start with the format, what exactly that we've been used to. We can go ahead and do a little bit of a recap. How they got here is they ended up going through a couple of stages, right? They had to go and play through league play, super weekends to go ahead and qualify for this event. And how they did that is with these points, and these points are also happening in these finals. So of course, if they get a first place, they get 15 points all the way down to 8th through 12th gets 1 point, and you don't want to go out in 13th through 16th because that'll get you 0 placement points. Of course, kills also matter as well. 1 kill equals 1 point as per usual. Want to stay alive for as long as possible to get that placement, and the longer you stay alive, the more fights you'll get in, the more kills, the more points. You know the drill.
We know the drill. We probably all know already. Like, if you haven't, seen this before, welcome to the official PUBG Mobile Esports. This is what we roll with. It's very important, setting the meta right in front of our face. We know how these teams make some of these important decisions, finding the balance between this point system, right? Kill points or whatnot. So we love talking about placement points and kill points and that ratio between them, really. And to be fair, like Span, I've been a little bit surprised to see there's not really any of these top teams for now having more kill points than placement points, because that aggression was key in defining this region. But after all, we've had a long journey up till this point. I mean, so many days. This is up to a month, and of course, like towards the end, not only do we get crowned someone with that glory of being the champion of the region, there is some money on that line.
Yeah, and we can take a look at that. We already know the total prize pool is $150,000. There was a lot of prize pool money that went into the league play, the MVP, winner, chicken dinners throughout all of it. But of course, what we're looking at is that purple, the finals. The champion is going to go away with $10,000, and not too shabby as well. Second place, $6,500, $5,000 for third, and so on. Just for participating, getting this far, fighting to be in the top 16 to participate in finals, you'll at least get $1,000, and that of course is huge for any team, right, Tarzan?
Yeah, well, look at those price difference as well. It's actually heavily rewarding the top 3. Like, it's $1,000 more if you make it to third compared to fourth, but thereafter it's a $250 difference. But of course, we will go through the map orders for today as well. This is the last day. It's the same as before. We go through these series of maps: Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok. Then we repeat that once more, and that will be the last 6 games out of these 18. And then we'll get to find out who wins the whole region. And of course, we talk about what they're fighting for, Spans. prize money is one of them. But of course, we are going to find out who gets the best, or should I say, the most consistent or dominating performance through the 2 seasons, because we need to just find that one team to represent us to head towards to that PMGC Global Championship, that big event. I'm already extremely excited just to think about that, to see one team that I've been casting through months, to see them play on that world stage. That is a very, very interesting and special feeling.
Oh my goodness, it definitely is. So we know that we have to keep an eye on that leaderboard right now. We know that from the past 2 days, it's kind of been going back and forth on who has that top position, who does have that entry into PMGC. So today, it's the last 6 games to really figure out who, in fact, is going to be getting that title and that opportunity, because it's a huge opportunity for them. And of course, right now, I believe that is in the side of YaLLa Esports that have taken that first place position for right now. We'll go ahead and go over the overall standings in a bit, of course, but is there anything else? Tarzan, of course I got to go ahead and take a look at the teams. I know the standings overall, but is there any team in particular that you feel like you want to touch on real quick?
Ooh, you know what? I want to see teams bouncing back. Is not the usual type of bounce back, not from rock bottom and all the way back. I'm talking about the Kings and their spot in this region. I talk about Galaxy Racer. After 256-point finals last season, they are now stuck with just below half of that amount of points after we're done with 2/3 of the games. Can the Kings be back, or do we crown new Kings? That is what I'm looking up for. And same for Fate Esports. You had the pleasure of casting them, seeing them go through season 1 after missing one super weekend, in fact, and coming into the EMEA for that season. And they did phenomenally. But yesterday, in that day 2, they've only got themselves 27 points. So they dropped from 2nd place to 5th with quite a lot of points to catch up to. We'd look at Cryptics leading them by, 10 points something yesterday. And now all of a sudden, we're talking about 50 plus points and just a matter of 6 maps to make up for that. That is pretty crazy. We talked about it already. We talked about the glory, we talked about representation, but prize money, you really want to make it to top 3 to get that huge jump in prize money.
Exactly. And I'm glad you went on ahead and touched on a couple of those teams that you mentioned. There are a bunch of big boys. Actually, before we started this cast, you said that there were big boys that needed to be bigger. That's how you put it. It was RICO Infinity, Team Galaxy Racer, and Fate. All of those teams were used to going on ahead and really showing up, showing themselves. We know that they have it in them. All of them have been dominant either in this season so far or seasons past. And now they are sitting in a little bit of a lower position compared to some newer teams that we have been able to watch before, or some new talent that are kind of being a little bit of a surprise for us coming to these finals, being YaLLa and Cryptics. So knowing that, I'm kind of curious, will YaLLa Cryptics, will they be able to go on ahead and continue that role today's last 6 games, or will some of those big boys, those big teams, really going ahead and come back, continue to be consistent and take those top spots for themselves once again? That's what I'm looking forward to seeing.
Styles and characteristic, I would say. Sometimes very important. We both played, PUBG for a while now. It's all about that mentality thing, right? Like, how do you actually react when you're right up, on top? There's this line between being confident and being arrogant, which can really tilt you the wrong way around. And YaLLa Esports and Cryptics, so compared to the big boys, they are the Cinderella story, which I kind of hate to say, right? Because YaLLa Esports been around the scene for so long, we do expect huge things from them. And Cryptics, we've seen them under RTG. This same Moroccan roster was there since last season, but the improvement really did come in the past week or so. So can they continue with this newfound feeling of being on top that they haven't felt before? I don't know. It's also about the response, right? We'll talk about these big boys. Are they angry? Are they angry enough to bring it back? Or maybe they just keep it cool and collected. I mean, it's very important. You lose your mind, you get too aggressive, then you make the wrong call. It's all in those small things, man.
Also, for those new teams, are they going to continue these last 6 games with confidence, or are they going to start getting a little bit nervous? Like, oh, this is it. We have to do well for our very last day to keep our spot. Like, either way, it all comes down to mentality. I think you and I are usually the ones that go on ahead and talk about mentality the most, honestly, and how these teams, how these players are specifically feeling every single day, every single game. And really, we say how they could be feeling, but it's just comes down to performance, where you can really go on ahead and guess or assume or figure out what they really are. So we'll have to see. We already put it out there. Are they angry? Are they nervous? We're going to see based off their performance today.
Sometimes I feel like this is one very nice game to, at least a guessing game. You get to maybe DM them and find out, is that how you exactly were feeling in that moment? Because sometimes you see the character move. And okay, it's not the lag, it's not FPS drop. We're talking about the bits where you actually feel like the person's shaking, that the character doesn't move as smoothly. Those things happened. I mean, it happened to me even when I was considered decently experienced, maybe not at that same level, but you guys get what I mean, right? And those type of situation can have a snowball effect, and sometimes you go into a slump, struggle to reset or whatnot. And when we talk about this type of issue, right, it kind of just shines light into what we thought might be happening to these teams at the bottom. iKURD Triple Esports, they were ranked pretty high up, I think around top 5 or 6 to say the least, from Super Weekends. And they have these players like Ali, Kalaga, they have been leading damage charts. Super Weekend Week 3, we're talking top 5 knocks, top 1, I think, Kalaga. We've got top 5 damage counts, the kills. How did they end up here? It may be just from that first game that we've seen yesterday when they rotate through Rozok, if you guys share that same memory, when they thought it's safe, but then Cryptics were there to set up to kind of hunt them down. It could be those type of neutral fights, but sometimes you do think to yourself, are there a better way, safer way to do that? Maybe back to the basics, scouting and all that stuff. So there's a lot on the plate, a lot on their plate to say the least, a lot on the line for all of us. So can't wait to find out, Span.
I can't wait to find out either, but we will be back to talk a little bit more about the teams after a short break. So we'll be right back, y'all. Don't go anywhere.
Mr. DJ.
Hello and welcome back, Span Cargo. Tarzan here once again, and of course you can see at the bottom, Oppo. So upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2021. Oh man, so Tarzan, we already talked about a couple of these teams, and we're looking forward to getting into the next game, which should be soon-ish. We'll have to wait a little bit longer to be jumping into that first Erangel game, but speaking of Erangel and these teams, is there anything specific? Are you expecting anything from a specific team on this map?
Yes, I think, weird to say, but I'm going to go with Real Tiger 9, just because there are things that I want them to improve on, right? So they like going to these more edge positions. They went to the side of Zaki when they couldn't get to Primosk, but then they keep going to these far regions and coming in a weird timing. I'd say they should. I assume they have studied drop spots or whatnot, but it's also important to find out where a fellow enemy team will rotate past maybe a certain pocket of position. I feel like they didn't like look into that maybe well enough, and sometimes they end up in neutral fights that they probably initially planned to avoid. So I want to see them with a little bit more flexibility as well as like mindfulness into that phase of the game, so that they can have a better transition. So yeah, that will be one that I will be looking out for.
Tiger 9, okay. And right now they're in that 15th place position overall. So you're calling them out. They obviously need to go on ahead and get those points. So we'll see if they're going to be able to be capable of doing so. I also agree. Usually, Real Tiger 9, if they have it in them, they really can go on ahead and shine in situations, in my opinion. Another team that I feel like I want to keep an eye on is, I'm going to call them out again, is Fate, because I did get the chance to watch them last EMEA, and they were absolutely insane. They were the team that last season, season 1, barely got to go into EMEA, and then they were the team that was basically second from the top from this region. So they were absolutely insane, and they've been doing well this entire time. Right now in that 5th place position overall for these finals, but I feel like I have higher expectations from them at this point, so I want to see them do a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, it's 27 points. I would say for Span is unacceptable, boys. Check. But like Fate Esports, like we know how they drop as well. So sometimes it's about, when we talk about the more analytical side of things, which is kind of our bread and butter, capitalization on a position, right? They are that team that goes towards Milton. No one really touches that, but the strength of this region, like from that part of the map, I should say, bridge control, if you want, all good. Yeah, like loot is good. Cross into farm to contest split farm players, great. Into lumberyard or whatnot, amazing. Access to eastern main road if you want wide rotation, possible, check. So can we see those from them is what I want to see, because they definitely done their homework, but it's some of these early aggression that can catch other teams off guard, that can put themselves on that grid, that I want to see a little bit more. We know that they can kind of wrap games up. They can go into like mid-late game. It's about the versatility, the repertoire of a team that I believe that they can work on, because they've got a lot of those basics down already.
Exactly. That's why we have a little bit of a higher expectations for some of these teams. And I guess another team that I want to keep an eye on is, okay, so we already talked about the big boy teams, right? We know that they're consistent. We know that they can play well. There's also a couple of teams that I got to say are surprising teams, that they've gone on ahead and popped off a couple of times, but they don't quite have that consistency. I mean, we've already seen it. YaLLa, Cryptics already at the top as of right now, but I feel like some other teams that we have to point out is Lusail as of right now in that 9th place position, doing super well for what they've been doing. And same with ABIAH Esports. They were able to pop off a lot, especially in this last week. So coming in right now in that 11th place, again, we know that they can go on ahead and surprise us. So will all those teams that can just go on ahead and be fiery hot for a quick second be able to go on ahead and channel it into this very last day, into these last 6 games? It's hard to figure out, but we'll have to wait and see. Exactly. We want to see some of these teams.
Really want to see it. That's the thing, right, Span? Like sometimes we go into these like numbers. I do that a lot, and you feel like, oh, they're not doing so good and all that. But you go back and just think, if you can get to choose anything, you want everyone to do so well that it becomes like it's like everyone in class making it to 90 points, like out of 100, and it's about who's getting 98 and who's like doing 97. Then they all understand the craft, they all play it well. It's all about who's bigger brain after they've all worked well and worked hard, instead of someone doing something like, okay, like not looking competitive at all, or just keep this like all or nothing, very unprepared type of gameplay. We want, yes, sometimes it's hard, right? You want to be efficient in rotations and all that stuff, but you also want to be prepared. Sometimes you like, how do you find that middle ground? But with experience, with practice, that can come. And sometimes when the most interesting thing, Span, is when you see it, you know it. And one of those teams that can deliver that type of feeling would be a team like NASR Esports in their team fighting. The fine tuning, it's just on point. No extra force needed, just the needed amount, and they get it done. So I want to see more of that from the region. Right now, rotations could be a small hiccup, I think, for them when it comes to just being too blunt. So 6 games to fix that. I can't say I will expect that because, I mean, emotions are all over the place sometimes, like last 6 games right here. How about you? Any team that you will pick, like after that one that you pick, any other team that you are interested in?
Another team that I'm interested in seeing if they're going to be able to bring it back at this point is, oh man, wait, I have to choose between two. I was going to say between RICO Infinity Team and Galaxy Racer because they've been doing so amazing this entire season so far. I feel like we have seen them going ahead and grab the points that they need to get to the top consistently these past 3 weeks, that now they're sitting in that 3rd and 4th place position. I doubt that they're super happy with that. I want to see if they're going to be able to kind of pull back or like use that consistency, use all of the experience that they have previously to just do absolutely amazing these last 6 games and pull up into that top spot, kick out YaLLa and Cryptics and grab those top spots. So I know that's not me choosing one team, but I feel like RICO Infinity Team and Galaxy Racer have both been able to do that. So
I love that answer. You know why, Span? Because we want to be able to say there is a consistent team from region. We want to see things like that. It's almost like it's a small wish, as if sometimes I think if I form a squad, it's just Tarzan times 4. I don't know how well I'm gonna do, right? Like, what type of game style would I bring? What type of mentality does it happen? Would I fall into the category of being angry and coming back stronger? Would that why be the arrogant type that, you know, get a huge game and then like fall flat? But the consistent one is what I want to see in all sorts of players, right? After doing some player development or whatnot, and Galaxy Racer and RICO Infinity, 110%. I want to see them up there because then we can say these are our best teams, tilt-proof through 2 seasons of PMPL Arabia. And there's so yes, we will have hiccups. We've seen that, and strictly speaking, Galaxy Racer has been in a small dip, but they're slowly coming back out. Let's see whether they can take it all the way. I think there is a chance. Like, this team can be an absolute group of nutter, like for the good way. Yeah, like, and I really, really want to see it. So yeah, like that would be my wish. I share it with you, and no favoritism, right? It's all purely based on, you know, the love of the game, you know, and you know, adding a lot of push, you know, a lot of hope in the region. We all want us. Should I say us? Us is the better term. Us to shine on the global stage.
I mean, you know, we also always talk about we love a good underdog story. So honestly, no matter who goes on ahead and does well today, I mean, honestly, I hope that everybody does well today and plays their absolute best to see who's going to be grabbing those top spots. Another thing that I want to go on ahead and point out, just so we can keep an eye on it in these last 6 games, is usually the last day of finals of any tournament, honestly, that I've ever been a part of, is potentially some shenanigans. I don't know how else to say it. I always just call them shenanigans because it is at this point where the playstyle can change up. You know, at first, the first 2 days, they play normally. They play how they usually want to play to get their points. But coming into the last day, let's say YaLLa Esports want to go on ahead and defend their top spot. Maybe they won't go on ahead and continue to play that normally, but maybe they'll go into full defense mode, going ahead and start dropping on those teams right below them to make sure that they can't get close. There's a lot of varieties for a chance to happen these last 6 games, I feel like, Tarzan.
Yeah. Is a important point. Yes, like you can target teams if they are about to take a spot away. I'm still trying to think how I am as a person or as a team. If it's just a me team, I feel like I'm that type who will just come in and make sure that on a new day, on this last day, I get the basics down first. I go back to the usual way, make sure that I can still do it well. Then it's like, good, okay, now it's time to bring the new things in. I'm so scared that if I do the new things and then I suck, then I just don't have the pace or the brain to go back to what I'm usually good at as well. That is just me. Because we talk about preparation is where we can't see the time that we are maybe all asleep. And sometimes effort comes in that way. Other people are resting, you're working. Of course, you need to have good, balance, well-being, all that stuff. I believe we got the core that we're slowly getting onto that plane, that we are on board. We need to tighten up our seatbelts as well, and we are ready for this last 6 games. And off we go, the last day of PMPL Arabia Season 2.
And already in the plane, this is our first match of today on Erangel. We can already see that the plane path is starting down around Military Island and ending up by Georgia Pool. So this is a very southwestern plane path. And all these teams are going to have to figure out how to traverse that. So this is a very exciting first game here, y'all. I feel like this is going to set us up for the rest of the games today. And what are your thoughts on this plane path, Tarzan?
Very interesting. Like, already thinking about teams like KURD Squad as well as Falcons. One, KURD Squad is a stalwart team. If we give it that spot every time, they will take it. But do they make the most out of that? Not always. They actually will go for what they've done yesterday, taking away Ra'ah's drop spot, because Ra'ah didn't make it into the final, so this is a good adaptation to be continuously used. But Falcons, as the Yasnaya team, will need to float into area that's close to where Cryptics and NASR have been. Both of these teams have been doing quite well, but Falcons are losing, some grounds right here, especially in that placement point department, but they are still floating towards that same region. After all, the road is vast. Other than that, I think it's pretty much textbook from these teams. So pretty good playing path. It allows them to go back to some normal stuff. But you know what? Speaking of normal, something came through, and RICO Infinity made not really a bet, right? But they are that Severny team, and they will now take North Georgia Pool. I actually like it because they just need to make sure or have confidence that Lusail would just go to military base as the new drop instead of relying on Georgia Pool. So great one here, and Northwestern Phase 1 Circle can look already pretty congested, but for teams that don't want to go in straight, they've got Yasnaya Bridge. They can go for that anti-clockwise right rotation to play that northern side.
Exactly. It's at this point, this plane was a little bit more south. Seeing this new circle, the majority of teams are already inside of it. So that makes us kind of worried about those teams that jumped out of the plane first. So like SUDOR, like Lusail, like KURD Squad, Fate, all those teams that are kind of out there on the edge. If they go straight inside of this zone, they're going to be running into a lot of people. So are they going to go ahead and take the time to make some sort of a bigger rotation up to the northern side, like you just said, to get themselves a better spot inside of this zone without having to worry about potentially losing somebody on rotation? We'll have to wait and see what exactly they do, how long they're going to loop before they make the move. And of course, going on in, zooming into our first team here, NASR, right beside school. They're really close to Cryptics in this situation. Looks like they don't want to stay here entirely, though. They're going to go ahead and move out, being our first close team. Otherwise, everybody seemed to do a good job at kind of spreading out.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some interesting split from Cryptics already, like spreading to these other compounds, like between school and Pachinki, to kind of make sure that NASR a little bit aware of the surroundings. And NASR is good, like they do these early game, like usual stuff, right? When we talk about vehicles, sometimes the more inexperienced teams or players do go and just focus on looting, but get your cars first, and then you know how much time you can loot for, knowing that you have the resource to rotate away, and that is what we need. And you know what I like about this game so far, just from the glimpse on the minimap span? One, RICO Infinity with the adjustment, but they have a 1-2-1 split. One going close to Zaki, two on North Georgia, and one is on the south side. And I could see YaLLa Esports, the last time we saw them, they start to clump. They don't go towards those crates, they want to those buildings, and maybe they're trying to take out a solo. I don't know. That could be some early shenanigans, if I do quote you on that term. I do like it. I mean, I'm a little bit too, I'm just going to say chaos, but I didn't like it now that I know that there's a different option. And the second out of 2 points I could see, Real Tiger 9, usually the early game issue with pacing and the tempo do come in when they need to rotate to that eastern side. But this time around, we've got western circle, right? They get to pretty much as they want. Can they just rotate up without causing themselves any issue, right? That would be my question mark. And I will bring in the third point, because Triple Vibes, they are that team that heavily rely on that one chicken yesterday when they've got like extremely zone blessed. And when they've got this split around Gatka Fields and the circle going over there, they better make use of that, because it's a very strong part of this map. If they know how to play stealthy, they know when to strike from some of these power positions, they can absolutely take some of these early kills in their pockets.
Very true. And also, I mean, so you went on ahead and actually chose the team that you said is over on the western side, Falcons, that you want to see going ahead and do well. Excuse me, Real Tiger 9. So it looks like now they're going to go on ahead and potentially get that opportunity to do well. We're also going on ahead and flying around those teams that are more towards that very center of this zone. They don't have to go too far to get themselves in a good position for this one. And completely on the opposite that we went on ahead and we're spectating now is SUDOR Esports as well. As we've been looking at these stats pop up for a bunch of these teams, it kind of seems like a lot of their stats are very similar for the teams that we've visited so far. So in my mind, what that means is, we're not quite sure who's going to go on ahead and grab at least those middle slots so far, since a lot of these teams have similar stats coming in through here. But I actually like what YaLLa is potentially doing here as well. You can see Powerful sending it up on top of this Everest, on top of Mountain. From here, they could potentially take this as an opportunity to scout further inside the zone or stay here and get a lot of information this early on in the game. That's important.
That's important. You know what else is important, Span? Is history repeating itself all the time. And this time around, I don't want to say it because YaLLa just comes over here almost every single time when it's in the circle. There even is an edge, and they actually died here quite a few times because they are so used to coming here, and sometimes teams do come here after going for a secondary drop spot. So YaLLa doing what's textbook to them, but it's just part of me. Maybe I'm just a terrible person, like thinking that, if you just keep doing the same thing, at some point you're going to get punished. They've got punished twice. Right? I don't know whether that will still happen. Hopefully they can hold that, because by now it's almost like Real Tiger 9 taking Bootcamp Hill in Sanhok. It's YaLLa taking Everest, and going down from there could be tricky, especially latecomers into Gatka fields. We all know how crazy that can be. So, but they want to play elevation, there's no problem. And right now, I think Real Tiger 9 won't be in contention with any of these key positions yet, because now that they've got the circle, I feel like they just take their time. They always take their time anyway, but usually it's not what you want to do when you're close to strong spots, because you will be one of the earliest teams to take it. So you want to make sure that you are, right? But on the other side, if it's so far on that white rotation, then you don't have a chance to beating some of these teams that drop 200 meters from it anyway, like you 10 times the distance. So you can take your time and maybe play an edge style, slowly scouting in. And edge style, Span, is one of my favorite styles, at least in the early game, because of course it's always very landscape specific, but you almost always only need to worry about one side, not so much about what's behind. So it's like the front and left and right instead of back, and that gives you an easier approach. So you can work on these things about scouting plus getting an opening, then you can play this edge clearing style, right? And of course right here, Lusail crossing this bridge, I didn't see whether they prepped for it, to be fair, and we talked about it already today. We want some of these preparation, because if you do this every time, I really want teams to at least feel some resistance so that they get reminded of the basics. But K12 on this other side of the bridge would have never really properly set up to punish Lusail since they pick up military base as the drop spot.
Nope, they're just going to be able to go across pretty easily, pretty untouched. A lot of those teams that are usually far away have to force themselves to wait to make a move, because there is a chance that people are going to decide to hold them out. We can see that the majority of them actually over there on that eastern side, around that Milta area, decided to go up towards that northern side, kind of getting towards Yasnaya. And I mean, they can continue on that path, but now they got to go on ahead and continue to go to their western side. Look at that, kind of centering around that Gatka area. It's still already very much filled up, but it looks like Galaxy Racer, Vibes, iKURD, YaLLa, all those teams are going to be quite happy with what is happening with this zone so far, and everybody else is going to have to send it on in. The one thing I will say about this area is I feel like there's very few places that are playable, and there's a ton of fields. Everybody's gonna have to play the same general areas, and that might mean we're about to see a couple of fights break out as people are now trying to send for a good position to grab.
Yeah, I think this eastern side, of course, theoretically, on a shift like this, that is the more what we call the comeback zone, right? Where teams would cramp up, needs to enter. There's also the landscape. I love this word, right? I'm going to overuse it, didn't mind me. It's so important. We talk about going through from Rozhok in, Cryptics still staying around Rozhok, but the next thing where they could come in and punish team in a different way would be these ruins fields, headshot hills. Like all those are pretty important. And when you come in late, when people are set up, then that is very, very scary. So right now it's about that macro as always. And yes, I agree with you. Like this type of ground really test the map knowledge of the teams, right? You need to know the rocks, you need to know the hay bales, you need to know the bushes, because there's not a lot of hard cover, that is for fact. Yes, it's only phase 2, but it's about these small things that will be very, very important to make those differences.
And I'm actually, wait a second, SUDOR Esports, they just sent it all the way past NASR and just sent it into Pochinki, figuring that that was going to be an open location that they can play out of, and they were correct. Usually you see teams not really wanting to play those cities, like big cities like Pochinki, this early on. It's usually later game when people are forced to go ahead and jump into a city to play out of. So it looks like they, taking that knowledge, are able to find themselves a position to play for right now. From there, they could potentially go and scout out that church right beside them and get in. Meanwhile, everybody else is actually hoping to find a same position. Look at this, KURD squad, they're making a big drive around on the southern side, that blue zone edge, coming in fast, but they're just skirting around it to try and find themselves a position to play as well here.
I actually love it. You know, I want the northern half, if we just dissect it, the upper half and lower half of this new circle, the top half is actually harder to get in from the right side, from that east. The bottom half is slightly easier. It's not just about the landscape span, it's about the power dynamics between the teams. These southern teams tend to be those who have struggled a little bit more. In Gatka, we talked about, Lusail as well. Okay, but not so strong. But this is an oopsie. And I can't believe that Alshamri didn't get that knock. And this is also ABIAH actually just living for a little bit longer for what seems to be very blurred. But no, here comes the knock. That is the off angle gone. So yes, this is no good.
Nope, Clever getting that first kill, getting the first knock. I'm surprised ABIAH tried to make this rotation as well, also figuring that Pochinki would be open, but unfortunately SUDOR did it first. It's not free. Al-Shamari, whoa! Jumping off that roof, tries to go for a big push onto ABIAH Esports below, but I mean, there's all three of them on that first floor that was just going to instantly take him out. Didn't wait for his teammates to get a little bit closer, but still the rest of SUDOR are going to be pushing anyway. There we go, Safe already tossing in some utility, trying to see if he can catch anybody out here. Not quite catching. I mean, as this is down, but HUD M7 still alive, and NASR, they're the ones that have been up towards this northern side. Looks like they might want a third party this as well. So here we go. The big push coming through. ABIAH trying to heal on up first before the push.
Yeah, this is interesting. I think NASR knows how to pinch this, and they also stay so far out that they're neither seen or heard. And that is key. But just look at those, and this is time. I think NASR, you can see the rotation on the minimap. They want to choke from a more center position, but ABIAH with no scouting is continuously punished. The last one standing is here, and here comes the push to finish.
Oh, nice. He gets a knock on his Safe. He's going to instantly go for that flush. Where's the rest of them? The rest of the team didn't push with Safe. That means ABIAH Esports will, in fact, get at least one flush on that so far. And it's just down to M7 trying to hold on for the rest of the team. And same with SUDOR. They're also down to barely any people left. So they need to go ahead and continue to get grouped together if they want to get rid of this solo. But no, M7 knew that they had the advantage there. NASR instantly made the push and the flush. And NASR getting involved. They couldn't go ahead and clear them out. And that means that, oh man, SUDOR is potentially going to be the first team out here, as NASR is now putting a lot of pressure on the last one alive.
A little bit between bad and worse, right? Like SUDOR actually get eliminated first. Hold that spot, no problem. Didn't really scout it either. And by doing so, they actually quickly punish another team that didn't scout. ABIAH get punished pretty heavily, but it's about the surroundings right now. NASR waiting for the opportunistic moment and got themselves a good start. 2 kills on board, and SUDOR actually got 3, but ABIAH at least remain in this game.
And it looks like a couple other people now coming in from the northern side. RICO Infinity team not looking too hot as SK Ton actually goes down. The big crash coming through. They know that they got to knock a little bit of an advantage, and that means Falcons are going to be crashing. This is another team that I feel like once they know that they have some sort of advantage, they are really good at making it something happen with this. So that's why these pushes are happening. Prestigio also going down as well, and that means there's only one left for RICO Infinity team as he's trying to just escape in the vehicle. Never alone, tossing some bullets in that direction, but it looks like Fidan will actually be able to escape. You see the rest of his teams down there. One other should be driving off as well. So RICO Infinity team might only be surviving by 2, just trying to get away at this point, and the next zone's about to close.
Yeah. I'm going to make a guess, right? I want to see a chopsticks finish because we've seen an opportunity. Okay, like we don't get any. Fine, I'm fine with that. Let's go farmlands open. That is going to be pretty fun. We talk about, you know, the prioritization within backpacks as well. Like sometimes when you have so much loot on the floor, like Span, I'm going to ask you this, right? For this type of circle, if you need to narrate through how your backpack's going to look like, how is it going to be?
So again, how your backpack's going to be. I mean, at this point, you definitely know that you're going to need a lot of utilities, such as smokes. I mean, all of this is such a big field. You also need to go ahead and protect your vehicle. So I know that's not something in your backpack, but you need that vehicle to be your moving hard cover. So just basically focus on providing yourself some cover. All the util possible to get rid of the other people that are going to be sending into the smokes, and there's very few places that people are actually going to be able to play in a zone such as this. So we'll see where everybody's going to try and place each other and where they're going to try and get that cover for right now, because it's about to be a little bit chaotic.
Yeah, very chaotic in a way already. You can see K12 actually, I would say, over-rotating, like from their spot. They just keep pushing in, and now they had a somewhat okay spot, but they, you know, kept going, didn't find the next spot, lost the initial one that they could have stayed, and now pushed themselves out to this edge. I mean, fine, you can play this, sure, why not? But what would it have, like, what would happen for the next one? So likely to shift away from, and it's so easy to lose all your wheels in there, and that is sometimes what you want to see. But joining the party is YaLLa onto that western side. Oh, this is going to be a goodie.
There's just so many teams over here on this west. Everybody was trying to make a wraparound to get down to the southern side of this zone since it was a hardship, but what's turning it into is YaLLa is shooting Lusail shooting Falcons. Real Tiger 9 ended up rotating through them. There's just so much chaos. A bunch of teams just taking shots at each other at this point. It's not just a 1v1 kind of situation. It's multiple teams. Oh, Bumpa! Even getting a knock out of Yusuf, just entirely driving through, getting the knock, and then instantly getting punished back. It's just absolute chaos. YaLLa is not looking good. I think they only have one left, and that's it. YaLLa Esports gets eliminated. Falcons take that position, and of course the fight for them isn't over yet as Lusail is now in the distance.
Wow, I feel like, although this is the PMPL, yeah, like this sort of pocket opposition is so hard to play. Like, it's so hard to expect, you know, teams, like, or usual players, I would say, to say, can you describe to me how that looks like? Like, which spot are you going to take in this part of the map? Like, that is why pictorial memory and all these just raw skills are so important in this game. You come in, then you realize, okay, it looks good on the minimap, it's not so good when I actually come here. But this is no excuse for this level of play, and YaLLa Esports made a mistake. It's also about, you know, the way to rotate in as well. Like, sometimes you need a little bit of off angle to secure that pocket around that time window as well, right? So they got stuck between two things, and ABIAH also struggling in this one. The Falcons seems to have found the better type of dip just around the same pocket.
Yeah, and they already have 6 kills as well. Just, Pampa trying to continue his streak with running people over. It looks like just drove straight by both Carry Boy and the other member of Lusail. There's only a couple people left. No way, RICO Infinity team is also going to fall as well. Nice shots coming through from Carry Boy. Going to do a little bit of damage, but unfortunately he's going to fall instead. And now it's just down to Rip, and it looks like once again just trying to disengage to get a little bit of a restart happening. Falcons going to be happy with a couple more kills though underneath there. About 8 kills now. That zone's going to be closing again, back up towards the north, and once again, barely any places to play. It's just that one little compound that Fate has, and this hill that we're seeing that's now being fought between with Twisted Minds and Galaxy Racer.
This is actually a very, very good position by Galaxy Racer. Yes, it's on edge, but the elevation allows you to work your way down, right? You can see the next spot that you potentially want to take, and then you can pick a side to fight. And that is what we expect from a team from at least Pochinki, to say the least, like to know its surrounding landscapes. What's the next option? What's the next spot that they can play off? Of course, right here, Twisted Mind's also strong. We talked about how Kato was part of not Galaxy Racer, I should say, YaLLa Esports in the past. So he does have quite a few things in the belt. Like now that team is out, they need to stand against the old Kings. Maybe for the new Kings, that sounds a little bit funny, as if he's like win trading or something, right? But old friends, maybe friendly rivalry. After all, Twisted Mind's been climbing up this leaderboard, so this is the test to them. This side, these powerful trio of Team Galaxy Racer, Twisted Mind, NASR. But on the other side, the KURD squad can't be forgotten. They've got what a wonderful day yesterday, and they are planning to continue.
KURD squad ended up surprising me throughout these last 3 weeks as well. When they need to, they can go on ahead and be a team that's just perfect with their team fights and able to pick up a ton of kills. So let's see if they're going to be able to continue that on the southern side. But meanwhile, this hill is getting even more chaotic. NASR ended up appearing, now making a push onto Twisted Minds. At some point, I wonder if Galaxy Racer is going to be making a move, but Vigors is now hiding behind that tree. You can see that Big Tika knows exactly where they are. The next one also hiding behind the next rock. There we go. Nade's going off, and NASR still just trying to push even closer. In the distance, you can see even more teams getting eliminated. A bunch of util now becoming in play. Galaxy Racer also providing a lot of that pressure on that northern side. They're just waiting at this point to see if they can wait for a cleanup opportunity. Oh no, and there we go. Real Tiger 9 is also going to be eliminated. Tarzan, that was the team that you want to keep an eye on for this game.
Well, to be fair, like I know this sounds extremely bad, but I kind of expect this type of results. Like if we just follow history, and yes, they do struggle, and I just want to see them do differently, but sometimes it's so hard to break through old habits as well. And to be fair, we talk about habits. This is actually quite different. NASR not getting third party by Galaxy Racer during that skirmish is this is unlike Galaxy Racer, but it's also, according to just like pure analysis, the textbook ideas of knowing what to do pre-shift so that you can stay stealthy if you need to be. And this is where this centralized next phase comes in, and that might be where that concept becomes very relevant.
Yeah, this zone has barely anybody inside of it. We know at this point Fate is going to be having to push their northern neighbors, being Falcons. So there's definitely going to be a fight popping off here very shortly. Falcons doing well on holding that side, though, making sure that nobody's going to be running up to them, but it will be shortly. Meanwhile, the only person that is inside is that solo from Twisted Minds, and it looks like actually maybe a member from KURD squad is going to be driving right on up to that little shack over there. But first, Fate trying to get rid of Falcons. Wait a second, even Vibes are getting involved and getting some knocks happening over there. And of course, the hill is still chaotic as ever, as there we go, KURD squad Mimi versus Demi from Twisted Minds in that little shack there in the very bottom right corner.
Wow, it's an important spot. Very, very important. I mean, like, it's going to be a little bit hard, but it's the layers of hills. If we just look at where NASR was and slowly draw that line towards the center, the layers is where some of these players will hide. It will be home for some solos as well. But look at this one, Twisted Mind, maybe down to last player. Can J9 do it?
Oh, man, well, there's two members from KURD squads pushing at the same time. That's exactly what they needed to do. So Twisted Minds will be eliminated. And look, we knew that this was going to happen. Fate making the big push onto Falcons finally. They need to get rid of the rest of these guys if they're hoping to push up on top of the hill. And it looks like Demar will, in fact, be found out. Down goes Falcons Esports, eliminated in that 8th place position. They're not quite going to be happy about that, but that does mean we have 7 teams left, 20 alive. And on the very open side of this hill, it's going to be a little bit difficult to continue to get further up. NASR also making the push on the KURD squad. Wait a second, it's just Patika taking this down. Oh man, he didn't even need his teammate there with him. He just got that. KURD squad eliminated now as well.
It's actually still controlled, right? He got that first one in only when his teammates close enough to stop a thirst coming through if he ever get knocked. But Triple Vibes actually make it into top 5. We yet to be proved wrong, and this is the bounce back of Fate. They got 27 points yesterday. This game itself, they've already got 15 to say the least.
Well, Oh my goodness, and these are definitely the last couple of fights. NASR Esports now trying to get rid of Cryptics. Cryptics, as we know, doing super well so far in this finals, and it looks like they will get one of them knocked, but still 2 alive. They might be able to get that res and stay 3 strong, as NASR is kind of running away from that situation, maybe to go ahead and reset a little bit, but mostly because they're getting shot at from both the north and now the far west. It looks like everybody is just picking on NASR at this point as Nabo goes down as well. Galaxy Racer was providing that pressure, and we can see this next zone shift is down towards where NASR and Cryptics are, so it's just not going to get easier for them as now the nades are about to rain down too.
The Battle of the Kings is the name of the game right here. Marshall gets knocked, but that will actually be NASR. Dan Senke with the brilliant nade. That is how they at least get 16 points in this to really consolidate that top position. Get the circle as well, but this is going to be a tricky one. The full squad is still there for these other two, I believe. And might be wrong, no, Galaxy Racer down to a trio, but Fate does need this one big time.
Oh, here we go. Fate now making the rotation to get inside this zone. Nice that they had vehicles to be able to do so. Nice find from Lathon to Marshall. Down he goes. That means Cryptics is just down to one person left, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, yeah, it is Senke. He was the one that got the huge nades on the NASR. Will he be able to go on ahead and hold his own? At this point, the nades are any down on him, and he needs Galaxy Racer to get involved if he's hoping to survive. But no, Fate, with those nades, are going to take him out as well, and that means we're just down to our last 2 teams. It's Galaxy Racer, currently with 6 kills in total and 3 up, and of course Fate also with all 4 members up and 9 kills. We're gonna have to see who's gonna be able to pick each other up. As of right now, Galaxy Racer might have a little bit of a better position.
Man, I've thought of one very important play here, is for Galaxy Racer to nade the start of Fate just to take away their audio cues a little bit, so then they use that just split 2-3 seconds to go for a bit of a rotation. Otherwise, we're getting into that distance that you will be heard for whatever you do, and that is not great. Like right now, Galaxy Racer is clumping, and with the low ground, actually Fate gets to peek and shoot and reposition without being known. So if we just base this off landscape and the body advantage, Galaxy Racer would have a rough time wrapping this game up.
Exactly, all of them, they're forced to be playing the same position. Fate's just raining nades down on top of them. That one's landing right next to Freakin's gonna get a knock on him. This might be what Fate needed to make that move. They know that there was only 3 enemies left, so now just down to 2. Yep, there we go, the push is happening. Ragnarok Asawi now putting the pressure on them. No way! Okay, it does look like Ragnarok is going to go down, so Galaxy Racer is putting up a little bit of a fight. Fate, though, still has the majority of people left. Just 1 left, actually, for Galaxy Racer. It's just down to Lord, and he was spotted out. Fate Esports is going to be running away with that first chicken dinner of today with a good amount of kills, and look at that damage as well. Great game coming through from them.
It was great to see them play well. I mean, they picked a very good compound. They defended it. They rotated, pick a side to fight, and it was good. Like it all makes sense when it comes to good PUBG and those game sense. But Galaxy Racer, I know they made it to top 2. Yes, I understand that. But I'm also just a little bit disappointed because they have the landscape to potentially just go wider first to get a really good off angle. They excel in these sort of plays, but in fact, they play very, how should I say, reactive. It's not the style that I want to see in a way, but I have my own, judgments. I have my own wishes. We could understand why, especially from that landscape. What we can see is definitely not what they can see as players. They didn't have that spectator perspective, but after all, an important game. And is these top 4 teams span, they are doing pretty solid.
I gotta say, Fate and Galaxy Racer, look at that. Both those teams I want to keep an eye on, and Fate is going on ahead and showing me. I guess they heard me in the universe, and they're like, okay, we got to go on ahead and show Span what we're made of. Going away with 15 placement points and 12 kills for a total of 27. That's very impressive. And Galaxy Racer then getting 7 kills as well. I gotta say that I feel like they were playing a little bit reserved up on top of that hill. Like they were just waiting, probably a little bit worried about the chaos that was happening on the other side. So they got a decent amount of kill points, but definitely not as much as the people who are active on the hillside, such as NASR, FalconsEsport, each being able to pick up 8 each and for getting themselves 16 and 9 points as well.
Well, Falcons, though, I mean, this is what I want to see from them in a way, that they are still competitive when it comes to taking fights and winning them. And once again, that placement point is just not so nice to see, right? It's just one game. I believe it. Like, sorry, guys. yes, it's just one game, but it's from the 12 games that we played the past 2 days that they were actually having the lowest amount of placement points. Now I think they are like tied at bottom, maybe. So we want more from this team. But Galaxy Racer, you made a very good point there. They looked a little bit more reserved. But you know what? Like now that I think of it, again, after the game, I think it's also the good shouts to, make sure that they get these points in first, consolidate the start of the day, then play a more like crazy aggressive style, right? Like imagine the thought process and the emotions that you may go through when you want to be proactive, but then you get punished very heavily because like it's just so hard to conclude any info within that type of landscape. So that could be something that is what they've done themselves good for, I would say. But obviously, road to MVP. I mean, we've got YaLLa Esports popping up yesterday. You said was crazy, but this game, it was for Senku, Batika, and Lathe.
Yeah, all of them ended up doing super well. I mean, we saw how Senku was doing well for Cryptics as well. Even teammate Senke getting some massive damage with a bunch of nades. So not surprised to see these three teams up at the top of the board, including Batika with the 6 kills. I mean, NASR was doing insanely well on the side of that hill, but 6 kills. I mean, Batika was just insane pushing into that shack with 2 enemies without even waiting for his teammates to get close. He was like, don't worry, y'all. I can handle this. I don't need you guys. I can take them down, no sweat. Same with actually Lathe with 4 kills, 714 damage. All these guys doing so well. Of course, the only thing I will say is Cryptics, they got the majority damage, just not the majority kills in this situation. So that means down at the bottom of the hill, they were able to get those knocks, get that damage. They just couldn't go on ahead and actually flush them or finish it off.
Yep. The old Kings, the OG Kings want to come back strong. Like when we said, how many points did Fate get yesterday again? That says 27. How many did they get just now? In one game, 27. So that sets the scene pretty well, and we want to see, what crazy, or should I say, shenanigans that we're going to see afterwards. Fate with that one game, surpass RICO Infinity team, like at that position. NASR joins that pack as well, and you know what? It's actually crazy. Like when you look at maybe from 7th place and above, that lead is pretty significant from Cryptics, right? But when you compare between teams, it's kind of okay-ish. Like it can be chased within a game or two. Like Galaxy Racer, they've got that ability. I mean, YaLLa, no surprise, occasional 0-point game or whatnot. But I really want to not say that because man, they've got those fans excited, and this is where they need to really, hold on tight to say that that's fine. We just focus on the game ahead of us.
That's actually what I was going to point out, is that they're able to jump up in front of them. But also, this is our second half of the leaderboard, as we can see as well. This is where the points are definitely dipping down compared to that first. Coming into the rest of these games, we have 5 matches left, and of course, the next one is going to be on Miramar. Of course, we're going to send it over to a little bit of a break as we're getting into the next match, though. So we will see you guys very shortly. Be right back. Hello, welcome back to PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. Before we start off and do anything, we have to, of course, do a shout out to Nimo TV, the PUBG Mobile Pro League 2021 official media partner. Again, I'm Span. With me is Tarzan. We're about to go into our second match of today, and we're going to have something a little bit different. We're about to go into Miramar, Tarzan.
I loved Miramar yesterday, particularly. If we're talking about personally all my life, in all honesty, it was so interesting what we've seen yesterday. I think it's not just about the adaptations coming through from some of these teams in drop spots. It's about these circles. That's absolutely ridiculous. We have not seen something so northern in the past, and forcing some of these teams to do some on-the-spot analysis, utilize them, most, how should I say, just basic raw skills, right? Like something that can be trained, but it's hard to teach if you don't have them. So yeah, like KURD squad came in strong in that one. Is also where like YaLLa extended their lead. So yes, I'm happy to come back to cast Miramar. I believe you would say so as well. And this one is going to be interesting. Like these adaptations shall, I feel like, stand, but we never know. You talked about it already. Last day shenanigans, changes, new drops, hunting. We are ready for some crazy action.
Everybody's in the plane, they have their parachutes on, and they're jumping, going on ahead and going to their usual drop spots on Miramar. Looks like this one's slightly different than our last plane path, and that it's definitely down the main body of this map. And our zone, already revealing itself, is down to the very southeastern side, so it's extending itself down to that Puerto Paraiso location. The majority of teams in this situation are going to have to make the rotation this time.
Yep, but it's literally 100% according to data. Like this drop separation, these distributions of teams, textbook. Like if you've made spreadsheets, if you're an analyst of the region, this is 100% correct as to what they've done in the past. So that allows these teams to at least say, hey, this is how it's going to look like phase one. So we need to move on to the next part of data span about spots they like on the southwest part of the map, because if we don't do that, it doesn't work. But to be fair, before that span is about when do these teams like to rotate? Tendency to tank, strategically tank blue, yes or no? If yes, phase 1, 2, or 3. It's like stuff like that that's extremely important in this game. And right now, this circle is actually absolutely nuts. We talk about 40% water circle phase 1. That's insane. I want to look at those small islands. You know what, in my career of casting, I've had once with the ending going over there, and I was over the moon. So give me something special, and that will be my wish.
I still haven't gotten those islands, and I'm mad about it, honestly. Like, the one, when I was competing, there's one day I couldn't go and compete that one day, and on that day on Miramar, it went to the islands, and my team was telling me about it later, and I was so mad that I missed it. And same with a cast. There was this one day, couldn't cast a specific game, and it went to the islands, so 2 times I ended up missing it, and I want the islands so badly. So you're right, maybe this time we'll finally get something. I want it so badly, Tarzan.
Yes. Oof. Yeah, like, jealousy is a dangerous thing. And sometimes like that is a really interesting type of jealousy that we can get here. And you know what? I like this circle because it really brings... I'm going to continue talking about data and analysis, right? So we had Los Leones finishes before. Not the first time, not the huge, like the craziest amount, because like God forbid there's one. Okay, we're not doing the same PMCO, but for my PMCO span, I've got maybe 5 or 6 like Los Leones finishes in a row. I got so numb, I don't want to do it anymore. But now that I've got a little bit of break, I come back and I say
now it's
that's
gonna go
fine.
loose again.
Yes. So but at least they've had some data in the past. Yeah, not like that's insane amount, but that means what teams like to do before, maybe around phase 4, like 3, 4, 5 with Los Leones, we can basically, or we can think about bringing them now to apply in phases 1 and 2, because it's the biggest city already in phase 1, and we don't get to say that a lot. You know what, like amongst all these ideas, you can decide what works for you as a player or your team if you're aspiring. Good luck. And yes, the circle is already closing, and oh my god, like this is the pacing the one talking about. Let me make one guess before I pass over to you. Yes, Galaxy Racer, they will be tanking. Right, they will tank. They will be one of the 3 teams that will be furthest away from this first circle, and that is just purely from what they've done before. And you know what, if I'm completely wrong, I'm fine, because I want to see some change from this team.
Well, I have to keep an eye out, see exactly where Galaxy Racer is coming from shortly. Meanwhile, we can see that it's finally rotation time, I guess. Everybody is finishing up their looting. Already making the move is Lusail. It looks like they're trying to go more over towards the eastern side. We can see they're going by Azahar. I mean, honestly, I feel like this might be one of the safest rotations. Just send it all the way towards the east and just send it down to get into the zone, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good. It's very, very good. I think it's also good based on these extra stuff that they should know, right? We've also got on the side Al-Azhar team, like Triple Vibes, like going there. They're a little bit slow, so no problem. When you go even wider than them, no issue. Like further down, like we've got Impala, like SUDOR. They probably won't come up this way anyway. So that side is actually not too bad, like with what's knowing, and a nice one there. Like, is that the Golden Marauder? Nope, no. Okay, there's no type of color blindness like that. Yeah, but then you ran into it, and one of my least favorite things on Miramar is that, like, it's so realistic that you hate it sometimes. It's like, oh, like, look at me, like, going over sand, I've got no problem, woo woo, pew pew, vroom vroom, and suddenly the tip of your car gets stuck in the ground.
Well, I just dislike Murados passionately, I'm not gonna lie. Like, Murados, I would rather start walking. Okay, maybe that's a little bit too drastic, but I dislike Murados so much. They're too long, they get stuck on everything, and they only spawn on Miramar, the map where they would, of course, get stuck on literally everything from all the ridges. So, seeing it just crash into the side of that thing right there because it's so long, like, I'm not surprised, because it's a Murado and Murados.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Hashtag relatable. And now that Harlan-Wu's not here, we can talk about the bus. You can speak illy of it, and I won't let him know. Okay, how about
a tank,
the bus?
first of all.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I personally, I actually quite like it, but it's for certain types of circle, to be fair. But if you can bring it to that late game, it can be a beast. But of course, we always say, hey, it's landscape specific. It's so bloody tall, right? Like, then you suddenly just can't stay stealthy. I mean, we talk about this side of the map, still very important. If you don't make it into the main city, there's these outskirts, right? You don't have all the hills, but we have some dips. And yes, dips. I love dips. Yeah, like, pun intended, I do love all sorts of dips, so and that makes me a little bit hungry. But in this game as well is amazing. I thought you were thinking, what is he talking about? What dip is he talking about? Is that what you guys call dip sauces? Okay, is a UK versus America
sauces
thing
and dips is different, like. Yeah, we do have dips, like you have that, you know, I don't know.
Doritos? Are those dips?
What?
Salsa?
Those are chips.
Like, oh god. Yes,
salsa is salsa.
We're gonna have some
dips are
here,
like onion dip for chips.
Okay, there we go. Okay, that's slightly better. Otherwise, I'm going to say synergies 404 not found. Like, just like cultural issues, incompatible. Like, put that down. Don't put them together again. But
I will say earlier, you tried giving me like a saying or an example using biscuits, and we don't say biscuits here, so that was a little bit of a whoosh over my head.
Hey, you know what? We do have Blue Zone. That is same, okay? And I did make that one thing. See, like, that is Galaxy Racer doing this, and to be fair, it's not quite good. I mean, I get the idea, but it's also that type of plan where you'd be like, okay, the still phase 1 is good, and suddenly it goes bad when you see how phase 2 looks like. And this is where, like, choke spots can happen. You can see the funneling of teams into outside of Los Leones. One, of course, that is in the top left. segment or quadrant of this new circle, it's also just harder to get out of it. So teams want to play this hills to the south. Great, that is the center. So suddenly the entry parts of Galaxy Racer may get a little bit harder to get in, and that is what they can be tested on, I would say. I mean, they can get openings, they can always play edge sweeping, like they've never struggled in the past, so maybe this is where they excel.
I gotta say, like, I feel like I would rather have Galaxy Racer spot than Falcon spot coming in all the way from the northern side. And oh my goodness, sorry, I have to laugh at how cheeky NASR is being here, just laying prone on top of those rocks and just bullying KURD squad in this position. They do have a little bit more on that northern side. Actually, just look at the split that NASR has right now. Two of them up on top of the mountains, one of them holding the compound and right in between them. That is a strong spot coming through from them. They can see everything from there, basically, and have cover.
Yeah, Kings are strategic split, really. Like, they have these splits that they actually really thought it out. It's almost like they have it in, a menu. They know how to do it, and whenever you see some of them get pushed, which is very likely, right, on these, like, huge splits, then you get to see why they split exactly like this. The support angles, the support routes, if they need to drive towards each other, that is where I develop a lot of fondness over this NASR playstyle. Of course, they missed one super weekend this season. It's not a huge issue. Like, right now they're coming back, and real Tiger 9 trying to strike. I mean, they've been playing Puerto Perizo, and this is the Coastline boys fighting against each other. Lusail actually get punished. So, Coastline, hot and hot.
I'm kind of stuck between two teams there. That is not a position that I would want to be at. It looks like even if they were able to make it through that position, made it into this zone, I mean, you can see that it's still too difficult. Real Tiger 9 now kind of in a position to be holding off the team just to their northern side, but it kind of looks like they're trying to decide on what to do exactly. Are they going to stay and hold out Triple Vibes, or are they going to keep driving? Seems like they're kind of half and half at this point, and Triple Vibes in the meantime are trying to figure out a different way around, making that rotation a little bit further over towards the west, sticking up towards those plateaus, and then they'll be able to come on down. They definitely can't use that road right beside there. And oh my goodness, wait a second, iKURD Triple Esports getting some kills as well in their location. At this point, everybody's just sending it into spots that they want to play out of, and it looks like some of them are turning into some kill points for them.
Yeah, a lot of neutral fights. I mean, this is the art of this type of landscape. Like find yourself a new dip. I mean, like, mine got lost in my nachos. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to carry on with that one. And Galaxy Racer comes in, and this is textbook for them. Okay, and that is great. Like, to be fair, like that opening, but I almost feel like the way that they're rotating is relying on some teams to not have a plan to particularly punish that. You get what I mean? Like, Span, that is my problem with them recently, is that they take these like rotations, and if there's only one person playing something that's quite textbook, then they can really get punished. Right now, with the circle centering up, goodbye water. I mean, it's good seeing them. And right now, this is where it's really about those teams to that northeast side, because many of these teams already found a spot. Right, for those who have an easy entrances, they've got landscape, split compounds, but the crowding on this northeast side is just immense. I think we are going to lose maybe a team or up to two, like, after this phase completely closed.
Interested to see what's going to happen here as well. Looks like Vibes now want to try and find a place to play inside of this new zone. KURD squad going to be holding this compound. They've been here for a while now. They've been beaten and battered from afar. It seems to still keep it all four up. It looks like that fight might happen shortly, but a fight that's already a little bit active, tossing some util back and forth. There's RICO Infinity team trying to hold their spot and push off YaLLa Esports. Looks like they're also on the far edge, trying to figure out a way to get further inside of this zone. So gotta be careful no matter where they're going ahead and make the push on up. Honestly, RICO Infinity team making me a little bit nervous with how split they are on that big mountain, but luckily it looks like YaLLa doesn't want to deal with it. They're gonna go ahead and take their chances elsewhere and see what else they can take other than making this hard push up this side of the mountain. Honestly, I think that would have been just horrible for them if they committed to that.
Yeah, I mean, after this phase, the amount of ground with the layers of landscape is so particular in the... you know what? Let's hold that thought. because KURD squad is now here. Okay, this is the battle of the century. Like, both teams could need, you know, a little bit of bump up. KURD squad definitely playing better yesterday, but let's not forget that Vibes got a chicken dinner as well. So it will be the kings of, I don't know, like that one big game. And right now it will be seeing who will do that better. But you know what? Triple Vibes have not done well in textbook plays. And right now, as a trio, that is a very, very bold one to just vault in.
And looks like KURD squad still holding down their position. A little bit surprised to see that one of them is outside as of right now because the siege is kind of happening. Maybe they're hoping to get a little bit of a wraparound onto the KURD squad members. There we go, using that util. It looks like NASR's kind of still in the distance, seeing what's happening, and even more teams are making a move on in here. I mean, look, Falcons are still coming from the north. Real Tiger 9 and Twisted Minds fighting not too far away as well. Even if they finish up this fight, another team might be interested, but it's going to start off with a knock on to Vibes. Miramar actually goes down, and J9 just spotting him out on the just edge of that building. That means one shot might be the last one alive, and that means KURD squad is pushing. They know that there's smoke here. Gonna go ahead and clear that out. They want to get rid of him.
Okay, so yes, that is my question. Like, Triple Vibes, what are you doing, sir? Like, that is one of the most, unfortunately, like, lack of organization that I've seen in a while. That, like, the coordination was, like, I can't even say poor, it's almost non-existent. They are playing as 3 different teams. One last player is yet to be seen, and now we're into phase 4. But man, we move back to close to Los Leones side. So this is very interesting for one reason, for me at least. We moved to what seems to be a circle that needs players to play in unfamiliar grounds, and we actually force them back to somewhere that they would know slightly better. South of Los Leones is very textbook in a way, so I love to see how this will finish.
Still a lot of teams not inside this zone. I feel like all these teams that we're looking at on this map right now have kind of been chasing the zone so far, struggling to actually find themselves a position to play inside of, and the zone once again not landing on top of them. They're just gonna have to continue that drive, continue to that search for a place to actually call home and to play out of. Real Tiger 9 right there, wow, just going right between, threading the needle between SUDOR and Twisted Minds, for example. It's just difficult locations everywhere. Zeko goes down, of course the trading comes through as KURD squad now punishing them back. It's just absolute chaos on this side of the zone, as you can see here clearly.
Yeah, part of the chaos comes from the fact that it's so hard to scout for something. It's not very, you know, often that you can say, hey, if they get punished scouting this way, it's their own fault. In a way, it's not. Because this part of this ground, of this map, it allows these, you know, plays to happen. You find a little bit, you know, of a pocket. You can do a lot. Like, it's very easy to execute as long as you have the right idea. And right now, KURD squad needs to find a home spot as well. You can see splitting the bets seems to be the name of the game on the eastern side. And yeah, multiple teams still need to come in. And this is also the, you know, the way to do it, you know, to minimize the risk of, I don't know, there's just risk everywhere. Like, you get sprayed down or sitting in the car, but you can, you know, to shoot at someone whilst entering that segment. Kato, good luck, because you're going to need it. No, but yeah, it looks like Twisted Minds are kind of in a little bit of a pickle here in the center of KURD squad. We can see a bunch of nades going through. Miramar and Volt, the last 2 up for KURD squad now left. It looks like they're just trying to drive away on the northern side. They had 2 up there, but the blue zone's coming, so they want to get away, kind of leaving Aram down to the southern side of Twisted Minds by himself. But, oh, I like this from KURD squad. They decided to go ahead and pull into this compound right next to them to try and continue this fight, potentially get rid of them. And Aram, honestly, with a little bit of a different position to the south, might be able to provide a little bit of a different angle to take down Twisted Minds completely. Taking a look at that circle as well, though, we can see that that zone is still closing quickly. The majority of people still on these edges, so they need to go ahead and clean this up still, because I think NASR is still watching. Oh, no way. Whoa! Okay, it's the spoiler play. It's the long range. Yes, I get it. I hear you. Exactly that. That's what I was thinking as well. What is going on? And that's why, like, weeks out when you're just so focused on one part, it's the tangential threats. You know, when you look at the center of the circle, it's your left and right. And these grounds are just crazy. Okay, this is going to be a bang of a game. Like, these teams on Western side, so many of them. Yes, there's no ground for them to play on the eastern western edge, and okay, like I don't know what to expect, but I don't think we will have more than 8 teams after the zone's closed.
I feel like even less than that. This zone, like,
Really?
it hard
Okay.
shifted up to the northeastern side, and I feel like there's not too many places to actually be able to play. Like, this is still a hefty, like a good sized zone, right? But the entire center portion basically is kind of unplayable. I feel like those dips as well, where SUDOR is, only really can have a singular person, and here they are already holding out iKURD Triple Esports down to their southern side. It's just a fight back and forth at this point. There we go. Even over towards the west. Wait a second. Fate taking down Falcons to take the only compounds really left inside of the zone over there on the edge. So everybody now is fighting for those really couple of locations to play out of. ABIAH Esports also find themselves out down on the southern side, and Lusail follows as well. Everybody's just sending it in at this point, all on top of each other. Look at that. Even iKURD Triple running into this other team right beside them, KURD 12.
Yeah, I love the circle span because okay. Well, yes, because of this. Like, you have positions like that for you to do stuff exactly like that. It's somewhat borderline forgiving. It will actually get you positions to peek and shoot and actually get info for the next circle. But from there onwards, good luck if you want to survive.
SUDOR Esports, honestly, with this position is a great one. That from here, they're able to hold out a lot of these teams now trying to push on in. Looks like one of them did get knocked from KURD Squad to the north, so they're going to have to try and get that res up. But meanwhile, to the south, KURD 12 Esports is eliminated. It was from iKURD Triple, and honestly, NASR was in a perfect position to hold out the rest of iKURD Triple Esports, but getting a little bit distracted. It looks like they will be able to survive for a little bit longer. Nice shots towards RICO Infinity team as well. Here comes Galaxy Racer now. They were playing on the southern side for a while, and now they're trying to trek into this zone for a place to play, and they're going straight towards that dip where safe is from NASR. Here we go. A little bit of damage. He will be able to get a knock onto one. Looks like from afar, even more people are doing damage. Here comes the nade. All of them are right on top of each other. Freak is now the last one alive for Galaxy Racer. Safe should be able to spot him, but there we go. Finally getting the trade back, but still completely destroyed. Galaxy Racer is the next team eliminated. That is just, where else could they play? We already talked about that. There's barely any locations where teams can actually go to.
Yeah, but you get what I mean? Like, we've seen them do these rotations too often now, and the success rate is actually very, very low. And there's a choice for them to not do that. They excel in clearing out the side that they share, like the teams on the same side, and then get an easier entrance. Right now, they want to thread needles when there's nothing to be threaded. Like, and that is also the issue with YaLLa Esports, losing players early. I really doubt if they've gotten anything. It's just those 2 placement point span.
That was really a nice nade from Hassan, though, there, and able to go back and get that res into Nabo as well. So that's actually huge for NASR. They've been playing up on top of these rocks for a while now, just being able to get a lot of information. I mean, they don't have a spot inside zone, but they should be able to go ahead and run just above the remaining teams left, honestly. But of course, down to the southern side, finally, iKURD Triple making the push. SUDOR was not in a position to hold them across the road originally, and now it's going to come and kind of bite them in the butt now as they're making the push happen. They got to knock onto one, but the push is still aggressively happening. They need to get rid of these enemies to the south that they're hoping to hold on to the rest of the zone. So here we go. Kalaga now able to get the knock actually onto the member of SUDOR, and now getting shot in the back from NASR. SUDOR is not happy about this spot whatsoever. And now it's just down to safe. Shamari, it's not looking too good now. Everybody has an eye on them, but luckily not out just yet. RICO Infinity will fall instead.
Oh, and this type of landscape is good test for like the raw gun control skills as well. We're down to these 4 teams, and you can see that is SUDOR's game to lose, and that is them having a very good position. But NASR, every player have been maximizing the efficiency, and look at the landscape that they choose to use. They can pick which side of fight to take, and that is them dominating this game. 11 kills so far, Span, and they are still going.
Insane. Insane. Yeah, they're still able to hold on to that center position. Now, though, since they're definitely the centered team, I'd start getting a little bit nervous now coming into this. I mean, the thing is it looks like iKURD triple now making the push. He's instantly spotted out by Fate. There's no way he was going to survive that. Now down to 3 teams left. SUDOR, I feel like, is definitely too ripped apart to continue this. So this is really a game, in my opinion, down to NASR and Fate. Who is going to go on ahead and win that? SUDOR now down to 1. Fate with 3. NASR with 4. NASR has been so strong this game, and they have a split going on. If they can continue this domination, they can rotate around this zone. That could just be it. As SUDOR is finally out.
3v4 endgame. Last time it was Fate with 4, and then Galaxy Racer with 3. But now we do a bit of a swappy swap. NASA with the full squad, and they've been so strong. And I mean, they've always been strong. So it's about the zone that we are going to see soon. And it centers up, and that is going to be 50-50, I think, Span. You know, like, I love studying the game, but I don't know enough to say who's got the really real advantage here in this type of circle.
I mean, I definitely got to say that this going back towards Fate is going to help them out a lot, because otherwise NASR had a hold on the majority of the zone, I got to say, from their different angles. So this zone will help out Fate the most, in my opinion. But of course, NASR getting the foothold in it first might hurt Fate in the end. So I have to wait and see now, as Miracle still being a little bit cheeky, tossing some nades towards the little shack inside the zone. Fate luckily far enough, though, where they're not going to hurt just yet, but no way! Ragnarok from that position is going to get a knock into at least 1. This is making a little bit more even 3v3.
Yeah, it's the utilities right now. It can really change the game. Not just the damage that it's done, but also shaking the actual screen, the visual perspective of your enemies. And Ragnarok burning right now. And that is the great one from Miracle.
That is exactly what NASR needed, honestly. Now they have the top of the rock to themselves. They have the advantage overlooking Fate. You see that Reef is trying to make a rotation around on that western side, but 2 members of NASR will spot them out, instantly getting that down as well. It's just on the lathe here. Let's see what he's going to be able to do against the majority of them, but unfortunately he cannot hold his own. NASR Esports will win our second match on Miramar with a dominant gameplay from them.
Efficient, smooth, quick. That is NASR. That is the NASR that we know. They are extremely good. You know, like sometimes you see these teams as if you can hear that they are thinking what's the next right thing to do, as if you can hear like the discussion, all that stuff, the back and forth and whatnot. It's like they already know. It's like someone gave them it's like code green, and then they know exactly what to do within that plan. Of course, comms do come in, but they are just so good. Like, the synergy is very, very well, and they've always get things done with just the right amount of effort. Not too much, not too less.
They had the top of those plateaus for the longest time as well, so they got so much information. They were able to participate in a ton of fights around them, and I think that's really what set them up to the success all the way until the very end. Just take a look at that, 29 total points in total with 14 kill points. That's absolutely insane. The next closest would be Fate with 9, so that is a huge difference there. They still get 21 total points, though, not too shabby. And same with SUDOR now, coming in that 3rd position with 7 kills and 17 total points. I think there's a couple of teams here that we had those expectations for or wanted to go on ahead and shake things up, and I think they're definitely going on ahead and giving us that show so far.
Is important. It's very, very important for one particular team span. iKURD Triple Esports. This is so huge of a game for them. They play certain skirmishes quite well. Of course, it's this type of neutral circle, I would say. Like, teams all have to adapt. It's about who adapts better. So it's good for them to see 16 points. I mean, they've the biggest game so far for them in this finals, man. And like KURD squad, though, not the biggest game, but like it's good to see them in the double-digit range. And you can see RICO Infinity's team actually making some work, you know, making something happen. 7 points isn't too bad, but I believe that is still not enough when we talk about the top of the table, which we will get to see later on. So, but still, as a good amount of points. And but Galaxy Racer is where I don't know. It pains me. Like, to see them doing the same thing again and again and getting punished. Like, you could have just left 1 or 2 to play spoiler, right? They are great fraggers. Just eliminate, like, just reduce the pressure on either side upon entry by trading off one team. You didn't have to all die at the same time. Is these things that I don't know. Of course, they have been more experienced than I am, but sometimes you go into this like the rabbit hole and you can't come out. And it's sometimes not, there's no mental space or whatnot, no time for you to reset. Like we are 2 games into today, we've only got 4 games left span. It's so hard for some of these teams.
It looks like, though, our round MVPs will be Miracle from NASR, 6 kills, 739 damage. Then Kalaga from iKURD. Oh, not quite surprised to see that. 4 kills, 869. And then Late from Fate with 4 kills, 587. Gotta say, these last 2 matchups have been huge for Fate. And since Galaxy Racer only got 3 points this game, I think they were in third. I don't know if they're going to continue to be holding that position now once we move on over to that overall. So you're right. I mean, these last couple matches haven't been great for them, and now it's becoming more and more essential, or the pressure is increasing as each round goes by. Now there is less and less games to play. There is only 4 less. So let's take a look at that overall, see what has in fact moved. And yeah, look at that. Galaxy Racer was in third, now all the way down in 5th place. It's Fate and NASR that went on ahead and jumped above them. Gotta say, Fate has jumped up so many spots already from these last 2 matches. We knew that some of these teams were going to be on a roll and come in with a mission, and I definitely think Fate has to be one of them. Same with NASR, actually.
Yes, math is in place. I've just done it. Span 48 points. 48 points. What they've gotten, like just absolute nutter. Like that is crazy. Like 48 points in 2 games. Like, have I done it wrong? Like, I'm not quite sure. Yes, 48. There we go. Yes, it's 48. Pretty insane. Like in those 2 games, like they got 27 points yesterday, and this is, if they keep this pace span, we can see why like Cryptics and YaLLa has to be better. Like that's, and to basically explain what we talked about, mentality. Like when you get the lead, how do you play? Like now that you've got the lead, you still have it, but not as huge of a lead. How do you maintain? We go into a chaotic map later on into Sanhok, and I don't know what to expect. Like Span, I just can't wait to see it already.
I can't wait to see it as well. Sanhok, we know, is super aggressive, so if any teams just need like a little bit of a kickstart of points in terms of kills and placement, Sanhok is definitely the place to do so. So we're going to continue talking about that, what teams we're expecting to really shine coming into our halfway mark game very shortly after a short break. We're going to get into the lobby, so we'll see you shortly.
لعيبة الايكورد وناصر حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر وهيرو ناصر. حكينا هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر وهيرو. وفعلا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو. لو كان الإبداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
Hello everybody, Span and Tarzan here, casting PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. But first and foremost, these teams need to go ahead and upgrade their performance and fun moving into Sanhok. And speaking of that, Oppo. Upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2021. So Tarzan, we already talked about it a tiny bit. Sanhok being an aggressive map. This is where these teams are really going to want to go ahead and use this as an opportunity to get points. Who needs that right now?
All of them, but I want to see it from YaLLa. Yeah, I want to see it from YaLLa. Because
True.
I feel like there's a lot of investments that they made, okay, like in on the team, of course. Like, it's about them, keeping at a competitive level. And of course, they already got themselves into this match. And you know what? This is exactly what we'd expect as well. Let me quickly screen through all of it. Yes, like that is textbook for these teams. Like, drop spot is very predictable, and it's even more predictable span on this map because it's so small, like 4 kilometers times 4 kilometers. With some parachuting skills, you should have no problem reaching where you want to go. But this is slightly different to some of those, at least one of those that we've seen yesterday, because this is pretty much on that main bit of the island, I would say, on that eastern side. And sometimes we get these annoying 3-way splits, around the trifecta compound or whatnot, making teams not know which side to go. And so this one is pretty much a slightly more open book. Of course, Tiger going for a run, no problem there. 1 first aid's all you need if you get bitten. And right now, KURD 12, like this is where the reason why some of these things can happen, like the early running or whatnot. One, of course, is the playing path that we somehow missed. 2, it's about NASR being close to this area in the past. So some of these early kills that come through, like on the Sanhok map, is actually on that Lakawi side between these two teams. And now, like, it's going to be spared, all of them. And YaLLa back to boot camp, no problem here. So yeah, I want to hope for a better game for them, because after all, if they didn't find the momentum now, they know they're halfway through the day. Everyone knows that 6 divided by 2 is 3. Yeah, like if you don't know that, I don't know how to help you. And then for YaLLa Esports, is about how, like, in what seems to be a very like easy narration of yes, we are halfway through, is how you use that, right? If you want to say that it's like, okay, we've already sucked half of the day, that's not going to help. Is what you can do in 3 games. Like, if I were their coach, which I mean, blink, you can get me. No, not really. I'm too busy. But yes, it's about that one thing you say. Like, what's the amount of points that they've gotten in the past in 3 or 4 days? And you just quote yourself in your history of your strength, and then that is an easier way to come in stronger with a different mind.
Yeah, I mean, YaLLa, they still have a little bit to go to catch up to Cryptics. We know everybody is vying for that top spot, not only for that prize pool, but also for that top spot. That's one slot that goes and sends it into PMGC. So YaLLa, Cryptics, definitely keep an eye on them in this situation, because, I mean, YaLLa, they need to go ahead and get like 10 points to catch up. And it looks like it's not starting off well for KURD squad, actually. Rowan gonna go ahead and get that first kill of the match. They're up near the Bhutan little area here. This is usually, I gotta say, a really popping off area. I have a lot of teams like this compound right here, it seems like, but for now they got rid of the singular threat, and now they can continue to figure something else out.
Well, the question is, Span, do you like this compound? I mean, what's your drop spot even? When you play, like, where do you drop on this map? I'm gonna let you
when
guess
this
mine
map
as well.
was rotation. Oh, guess yours? Oh no.
Where
I'm
do
just
I
gonna
drop
randomly
on
guess
Sanhok?
cave. I think you drop near cave on Sanhok.
Not
Tarzan.
too far. I'm I'm
Oh.
a quarry guy. I'm a quarry guy,
Okay.
and the surrounding. So Ban was my area. So when you said it was good, I was like, this lady knows what she's talking about because that's good, right? But right now, it's about knowing how to play this compound as well. So this is it's close to that cliffside, just to the cliffside of the north of Quarry. Yes, and this is a very textbook position. And KURD squad can actually punish this team here, but they've already lost this first player. But like when this compound can be so strong and the support is really hard to do, and that is actually going to be the good trap Aram strikes. And I mean, he's the top fragger in the past 2 days span, and this is no jokes.
I thought he was going to give up that surprise attack there, but it didn't even matter because KURD Squad still had an angle on him. So that means Real Tiger 9 instantly losing out on one Jigsaw. Everybody else is going to be quite upset at that. That is what they were trying to do, though. They were trying to send us a singular person in to try and clear that compound, and they found out that it is not, in fact, clear. So they can stay up on top of this ridge for a bit longer. Definitely unhappy that they lost a member, though. Now they can potentially just stay there and bully KURD Squad inside of that compound for a little bit, because KURD Squad at this point can't really disengage from that compound for right now. Oh, and there we go. Doing a tiny bit of damage to J9 is actually YaLLa Esports coming in from the north. No way. So KURD Squad is officially stuck for right now.
Yeah, but we talk about this cliffside to the north of Quarry. Real Tiger 9 tried something, didn't work out, and they kept making noise. That is actually very scary. Like when like in the past, is one of my favorite spots to split, but you kind of need to pick an eastern or western approach. The eastern approach allows you great sight lines towards Barn and all that part. When on this other side, you look back towards Quarry and the teams that really come through from that west. That sounds very obvious, but if you play that hill, you would know that you never really have enough people to hold both sides. It's very, very hard, especially when it's become such a strong spot in competitive PUBG esports. It's so hard. Like teams know they will even pre-nade certain of these like small watchtowers, so it's hard. So now that they've played so loud, teams can really think, like, do we come in and see whether we can catch them slipping? And sometimes the interesting thing also is the predictability around this hill span. Like when you actually have the control here, you feel like you just tend to stay. That means that team will always just think you are there, and they are not like they usually just right. It's not one of those spots that, oh, we played that around here, we can't control one side, let's take the next spot. No, like it's so tempting to just stay, which can be a problem itself.
Yeah, they can't get too comfortable, gotta say. I mean, the thing is, on Sanhok, if you do have a strong position, you do stay there. You could potentially start setting up some traps, or if anybody else starts walking in your territory, you can just instantly take advantage of them and wipe them. But will say you can't get too comfortable on Sanhok either, because there is a moment at any time where another team could walk up onto you, can't quite see them. Anything could honestly happen, I feel like, on Sanhok, just from how heavy covered everything is, and you don't quite know where to play at all times because the zone can be so unpredictable, I guess is the best way to put it. You can't quite know where this is going to go at all. I mean, we definitely do know this zone is a little bit nicer for this situation, because we definitely know it's going to be going to the main island of Sanhok, but that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. Like for Sanhok as well, to be fair, like all these types of playstyle that we see on here, I mean, it has cars anyway. Yeah, not as many, but it's really down to the small nature of this map. Like if we've done those maps like 4x4, 16 compared to 8x8, that is literally a quarter of the size of these huge maps that we've seen. So like with that pace, so driving means you're giving away a lot of information, and information manipulation and restriction, I would say, or management would be the better word, is so key in this game. So yes, you can get out of certain situations, so you don't have to be hit by the blue, but because you'll be so close to many teams, just by the nature, like yes, it's a smaller map, but you can still hear that same car from that same amount of distance. So that is why, like, sometimes you just need to give it up. And that means you just really feel the pain from Papa Blue, because sometimes you really think, right, like big maps may hurt you more, but no, like after playing, I think most people do, is about the blue zone on this small map and the congestion like of teams that makes driving all that even harder. When you don't want to drive, then you won't get a car. When you don't have a car, you can't bloody get out. And right now, SUDOR, after what seems to be a very decent game, like coming into YaLLa in a very textbook position, I'd have to say, and that is just needed. You can see Saif is ready, like he's zooming in with the ADS, trying to catch YaLLa slipping, and it's the other side. It's the third party, as always.
I was gonna say that wasn't even YaLLa, it wasn't even Bandar that did that. It was Real Tiger 9 that got a knock onto SUDOR Esports. Instant down, instant flush. Not gonna be happy about that whatsoever. And Clever is looking in that direction. Probably doesn't even realize that. Look how close Bandar from YaLLa is. That's exactly what happens on Sanhok is all I gotta say. And so Clever, he's gonna go on ahead and truck forward, literally inside that vehicle, and YaLLa Esports is still in this area, kind of using that car again as a way to make sure that things are clear, but no, Yusuf is instantly gonna shut that down. No way, he said, not safe whatsoever, but the rest of SUDOR are actually gonna get involved. And NAS from RICO Infinity team getting involved too. RICO Infinity team currently holding onto that center location, the center zone at Paradise. Nice shots coming through though. They're extending because they want those kills, and so far it is working out. Nice knock, nice flush coming through. This is a fight that they're definitely picking up on. And then last member of SUDOR, he's just instantly disengaging, trying to get inside that compound of safety.
Yeah, this is what I like about the highest level of play. Teams know what strong spots are, like when the lower level like players may not know where they are. It's very hard to define, right? It's just there on the map, not many other things to define. And you can see teams like RICO Infinity, beautiful not onto Banda. It's not just them, it's Real Tiger 9 as well, both trying to get the side angle to check out what's happening right here, because it's just so hot. But it's only in the higher level that you will see this. They are ready to strike because everyone wants to take that spot away.
Everybody wants that good position. Oh, it looks like Fate also got a little bit of a surprise from that last member of SUDOR there. YaLLa is still trying to figure out to get these reses up on top of the hill, and RICO Infinity team does not want to let that happen. But there we go. The solo from SUDOR Esports goes out, not without a fight, taking down a member of Fate, however. And, oh my goodness, I can't believe this. Real Tiger 9 still, they just have 2 people down here. The other 2 are still inside of Paradise, which is still the center compound. So they sent a NAS and one teammate over here to literally just go on ahead and pester people and see what they could third party.
Yeah, fourth party, I mean, we've seen the other side, Real Tiger 9 striking as well. And it's painful, right? Like, sometimes that's the thing. Like, yes, it's good that they know that they need to be cautious around that part, but it's about knowing whether you need to even contest that. Like, the pushing in, as you could see, is really hard to do if you don't find the best angle. But the best angle has been completely guarded already, and the off angles are from these third party, fourth party teams. And right here, man, like, this is tricky. I think is really that main road to separate the east and the west half of the circle span, and the congestion now onto that side. Like, whoever needs to cross are going to have a bit of a hard time if the teams who's got position know that they need to do exactly stuff like that. It's down to that one guy after all. So SUDOR tried that, and yeah, you know what, Catan trying to slow down Fate, you know, in the rampage of today, and what a solo need to do, like, get every single point.
Still have 3 up though to get inside this zone. The thing is, they are the most western team on this side that you already said was definitely filled with a lot of teams. So if they're hoping to make any sort of a move anytime soon, they're basically not. There's a ton of teams in front of them that have to move first. We also saw, because of this new zone shift, there's still 2 teams far down to the southern side inside of that blue, and one of them is in fact Galaxy Racer. So that kind of brings up the question, are they going to go on ahead and just send it somewhere inside zone once again, or are they going to take it a little bit slower? I'm hoping that they make a rotation towards that eastern side and then kind of scout their way on in before going further. But they've been in blue for a while now, so I'm kind of worried if they even have the meds to go on ahead and actually do that.
Well, to be fair, like in the past, they have the meds to do that. They really transitioned into mid strat yesterday and got the second place, is what we kind of saw. But Galaxy, right, the problem is that type of ground that allows them to do that. Like right now, they may have to just play that before they even attempt to touch the edge of this zone. It's all about landscape span. Like after all, this is a good region. Is a high level region. You cannot just come in late and just crash in like how they've died the game before, right? Yes, they made it to close to late game, but it's the same type of pacing, same type of idea. Like I don't want to see them die like that, but this type of circle is for the type of circle that you need to stay outside. 2 shots stop, see where do you strike, try to get an opening with the bait, then fight for that position. You can't thread the needle. It's very hard for this type of circle. And if they still try to do that, I feel like it's not going to do them any good. And they will find themselves going out in a similar way 2 games in a row. And that is going to be horrendous for this team. And I don't know. I didn't have a good feeling about this. And right now, to be fair, like, I don't want to say I'm losing hope, but I'm really like disappointed in the way that they play these rotational games. Fine, like you go take the Eastern approach because Corey is too populated. I get it. That's fine. Like that is the macro like done, but we need to rely on this Knicks phase as well. And still, like you can see, it's not an easy entrance. Okay, here we go. Like I don't think my heart can take this span. I really wish Galaxy Racer good luck in this type of rotations.
Yeah, it does look like they did in fact try to go on ahead and make a rotation over towards that eastern side where they would hope less people would be, but it looks like NASR ended up following them. That was the other team inside that blue zone. Looks like they're already going to go on ahead and take down at least one of the Galaxy Racer members, and because of this zone shift up towards the north, centered north, it looks like they still have a ways to go. KURD 12 also now in front of them too. So it's still those teams holding on around that road that are still being quite happy. Got to say Cryptics up to the north seems like they haven't really had to deal with anybody just yet, but Falcons is going to be coming in from their north as well. But here we go. Shots now ringing out from Galaxy Racer, shooting towards the NASR, unhappy that they lost 15 out Hamity in that situation. And yeah, wow, wait a second. How would you even find 15 first aids? I don't think I've ever seen that number.
Well, I mean, they have played, they know this is one of the most reliable ways to get points on Sanhok. Like split kills here and there and then use it. But the problem is this type of landscape, like, I don't know, they will need to be fair, like they have enough meds to make it to top like 5 or 6, I believe. But it's about not dying. Like right now most meds are on Rove. Don't get me wrong, I think he's like one of the best IGLs in the region, but sometimes his aggression is a little bit blunt, and sometimes the fact that he's got 15 first aids and then he is, you know, also playing aggressive makes me scared, makes me extremely scared.
I mean, you can see that they're trying to make a rotation away at this situation, but NASR obviously is going to be chasing. Both teams have to be going in the same direction. So there we go. A couple more shots in their direction. They have to leave Lord behind. So Galaxy Racer at this point is just Roof and Freak, and NASR, they're getting punished as well. At this point, they're just running away as well, trying to get inside zone, because these zones, as each one closes, as each one starts closing, it's going to just increase in damage. So we can see Freak is still holding on. I guess he just gave all the heals potentially to Roof, and now they're just waiting. Look at that 20 first stage there, actually.
Could have been more, but I think Lord died a bit too far from there. So there's still a way, but you can still screw it up. Like I've done that before. Like you just want to, especially when you want to save like some first aids and use bandages first, like, until you can only use first aids. But sometimes the calculation can be a little bit off. And Real Tiger 9 can't go further in this. We talked about the really structural way of approaching this map, like not going to be easy coming through the main side, like from that west part. Look at those teams still trying to edge in, and we have this Knicks circle, man. Like that is the exact compound where Galaxy Racer tried to just strategically tank, just arrive and then crash straight into that. But crash is the word, and that is the bomb coming through. YaLLa Esports tries to redeem themselves.
Bandar's nade was absolutely insane, getting 2 knocks. Looks like it's just down to 1 left, and that is J9 trying to heal in that smoke. Looks like they can't see each other just yet. Oh man, in the distance, Galaxy Racers actually eliminated, and it looks like YaLLa right after NASR Esports going to eliminate them. And of course, we gotta go ahead and wait for KURD squad. There we go. A couple of teams definitely going out from this zone. Not quite surprised to see. So now we're just down to 10 teams left. At this point, everybody is still struggling to get inside, including Lusail. They got some kills, as we can see, but now they're pushing into YaLLa Esports as well. Down goes one. One is remaining. D7 at this time doesn't want to continue fighting that, though, so instantly trying to back away. Salam not close enough to go ahead and chase that. Twisted Minds also on the edge. They're going to be waiting basically for YaLLa to be pushing into them, but wait a second. Yeah, there we go. Looks like Twisted Minds will in fact get a knock and a flush onto one. Wait a second. Vibes is also coming from the west too.
Okay, wow. This is just like chaos right here. And Twisted Mind, I mean, that is what kind of you need to do, like that type of stuff when you are down to yourself. And there's still a chance. I feel like Vega just need to like get this hill in and quickly drive with the blue so that he tanks just a little bit, just enough, maybe bandages to get him in. But this is just so painful for some of these teams. But Cryptics is now in here. No spot in the circle. This is the problem. Getting out of that compound is very hard. 2 squad looking at them after them playing a little bit loud as well. But K12 is in town, and I can't believe that they are in here. Like, we've almost forgotten about them, but 4 kills and 4 players up.
Yeah, no, it looks like Cryptics is going to be held out by them now, so they're going to have a little bit of a time trying to get out of there. It also looks like further inside zone, they're getting a couple of shots. There we go, the shots that we were waiting for towards Cryptics. It looks like Twisted Minds are going to go out as well after that fight with RICO Infinity team. Down to the southern side, we can see a couple more fights happening, and honestly, I like that K12 now are making a move inside zone. They know that they can't just entirely hold out Cryptics, but they're actually getting knocked as well. This is not looking good for anybody at this point, and why that is because this zone is very much out in the open. They're trying to play up on top of these hills, but it's not working out too well, and Marshall will fall. Couldn't quite get that last med off. They're the next team out. 5 teams now left, and it's absolute chaos here as more bullets are still flying through the air, and oh, here comes ABIAH.
Ooh, this is a good spot. Kalaga can maybe make it work. This is huge game for ABIAH, and this is important. And look at Kalaga trying to take this down. The top fragger is trying to take it by his lonesome.
Nice. No way! No way! Down goes one, down goes another. Now he's down super low, however. He doesn't have that many health left. Doesn't matter though, because it looks like RICO Infinity team is there, of course, to help out. So ABIAH does get eliminated. That means he can continue to survive inside that tiny little shack on the southern side, and he got the next zone as well. So 3 teams are left. RICO Infinity team and K12 now making a move on in, and it looks like, I mean, RICO Infinity team has the majority of people. Same with K12, just on a slight opposite side. So we don't quite know who has the advantage in this situation just yet, except for the fact they're both outside zone.
This is tricky. This is extremely tricky, and I think the solo has a chance in this type of scenario because it's about the third party. When both of these other teams are busy fighting each other, you will never know, because that is going to be a very linear one. And to be fair, like kill feed awareness is so important in this type of ending. Like, it allows you to know how many teams you are facing.
Definitely, and I'm kind of curious to see now what exactly they're going to choose to do, because we can see that RICO Infinity team going for more of a sneaky defensive position, going to be crawling to try and figure out a place to play inside zone, but K12 realizing that they really can't play anywhere else and just running closer, trying to crawl now, but the nades being tossed out. K12 just taking down RICO Infinity team, and they're actually trading utility at this point. That was huge, taking out 3 members of RICO Infinity team. Now there's just 1 left there. It's SK Ton trying to go on ahead and find cover behind his downed teammates. K12 definitely on the better end of this situation, and of course now the solo peeking out. They knew, he sees how many people are going down and when to get involved, and that of course is now. Let's see though, SK Ton might be able to get themselves on the fight on. Looks like Golden will be able to take out that solo, so it is officially down to iKURD. Excuse me, K12 and RICO Infinity team. Let's see what SK Ton is going to be able to do here. Both of them trying to get the reses at this point. No, I think this is going to be a KURD 12 win. Here we go. Golden prepping another nade. Is this going to be it, or will SK Ton have a little bit longer to survive? Oh! 1 HP!
Okay,
another one.
It's a little bit slow.
There we go. We knew those nades were gonna finish it off there. Exactly. KURD 12 winning our third match on Sanhok.
Well, like, Span, if you ask me to pick one team before this game, I wouldn't pick K12. I'm a person of, statistics, all these like data, but it haunts me sometimes. And because a map, I would say, like Sanhok is always like magical, filled with, unpredictability as well. That's a bit of a mouthful. And man, like that was it's a very interesting game. Like, I think out of all these shenanigans, I think there's something that we could see already is the pressure maybe getting to these players. Cryptics choking that little bit of like the medding up like can happen, but usually not the case at this level of play, right? 20 first dates. I swear to God, like Freak didn't use all of them. He just like something happened. I don't know. It could be an internet issue or whatnot. But 20 first dates was enough, like for that type of circle to maybe make it to 6th place at least, right? But something didn't go quite well there. So so it's going to be a bit of a reshuffle, I believe, and the reshuffle comes in two ways. Span one, RICO Infinity team finally got their big game against the other teams that came before them in the earlier ones, and iKURD tripled 2 important games in a row.
KURD 12 Esports as well. They had 48 points, and now they're adding 25 to that total. So that's instantly going to be bumping them up a couple of places. We're going to have to see just how much. But you're right, RICO Infinity team, we're kind of expecting a lot from them so far. And these last 2 games haven't quite shown off. So this one definitely getting closer there with that second place, 10 points for 22. And of course, a couple of other teams that we know are more towards the bottom side of that leaderboard finally being able to show up once again. But of course, YaLLa, Fate, Cryptics, not surprised to see those 3 on this front page as well. Just kind of curious to see if any teams are kind of going to be taking their positions back at this point. As for the second page, you can clearly see that this was a top of the lobby heavy game. In 8th place with Mine, only getting 3 total points. That definitely means on the next page people weren't able to pick up as many. And again, I feel like that's pretty usual for Sanhok because they just get in so many fights. They're just finished off so quickly that there's not really a chance to go ahead and get some steals or anything like that.
Yeah, it's hard. It's really down to what part of the map it is, and as well as drops, I would say. But yeah, it's hard to say that the Twisted Mile almost forgotten that they're in here. Like they've got some nice ones in that game 1, but since a little bit stealthy. But after all, we've still got 3 games to go, or you can also say only 3 games to go. Man, that is quick. But right in here, RICO Infinity with the style that we know them for, the aggression comes in. Honest with it's the 3rd time or the 4th that I've seen him here, and it doesn't need to be kills. He just like almost like he'll shoot everything, and he can get damage done. Like this player is cracked when it comes to fragging ability. This squad has that potential, and yes, we've been waiting for them all day today. And none other than Sanhok, to be fair, is the map that they came back stronger. They had some really, really huge wins on this map, especially if you guys remember as well this 3rd super weekend. So important to have them back, man. Like Span, this is looking very exciting because we talked about momentum. Seems like all these teams have their fair share of boost.
They definitely do. So we keep seeing a little bit of a different team per map, it seems like. That's why our leaderboard is going to keep jumping around. For example, it looks like Cryptics in that top spot here. Well, again, YaLLa Esports still close behind. Fate, then RICO Infinity team. There we go. Jumping all the way up from 6th place back into 4th place. Then NASR the Galaxy, SUDOR, Twisted Mind. So it still seems like even at the top, this leaderboard is still moving around a lot, which is nice to see. That means it's literally going to be down to the very last match. These guys are equally matched against each other almost. It's the second page where I feel like from that last match we're going to see a lot more movement from who is able to take those top spots. Specifically, we need to try and see where iKURD Esports and KURD 12 Esports are going to go ahead and end up in this spot. But this is what it is so far for the first page of our overall rankings.
The matter of one big game, like we always say, RICO Infinity is within that range as well. Like at 15 to the points, it will come with maybe a natural 4 or 5 kills. Then they tie it around 2nd place. Like that is how we want to see it. And of course, like on to here, the point difference is actually not so huge. Like, and of course, like it being not so huge is great in the sense that they can bump themselves up quite a few spots span, like just by having one decent game. And per place difference after fourth place, from fourth place and below, I should say, it's $250 per rank difference there. So that is the story for these teams right there. But at the top, you really want to make it top 3. I'm worried about for Galaxy Racer, honestly, span, because one game bullet rotation get punished, second game similar but not all the way punished, then they went for the plan B, but somehow we failed on something that seems to be basic. Free can do everything, flank and everything, scout, kills, almost MVP last season alongside Hamodi, but can't heal in this particular game when they need these points. So what effects it can have to this team and the mentals, I don't know, but really fingers crossed for them.
Well, now that we're finished up at the halfway point, they've played all the maps already, and let's see how they're going to continue on playing the rest of them. I mean, I got to point out as well, KURD 12 Esports after that game jumped from 16th place to 13th. So you talked about the money difference. That's a huge jump. So there's still a lot of chance for a lot of these teams to be doing something different. So we have 3 matches left. Let's go ahead, toss us into a little bit of a break as we get into the next game, and we will be right back, y'all.
شوف لعيبة الايكورد وناصر حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر وهيرو وفعلا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو، لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو. لعيبة الايكورد وناصر حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر وهيرو
Hello everyone, Span and Tarzan here to first go on ahead and give a shout out to No Live, PUBG Mobile Pro League 2021 official media partner, but also to second continue to talk about these teams as we're going into our fourth match of today. Once again, we're going to find ourselves on Erangel, and at this point things are getting, I don't know how to put it, a little bit scarier, a little bit more tense. There's not as many opportunities for these teams to get the points that they need, Tarzan.
Not knowing how to put it is exactly the way that I would put it. Like, we talk about these stages of the tournament span. We might be in the past. It's the mental state that affects absolutely everything. If we want to focus on the wrong things, then that is just like gone. No, can't say the wrong things, right? Some teams like to think about the points. We're so close, they can use that to motivate themselves. Some other teams don't like that. Doesn't work. It makes them feel more tense. Like sometimes finding out the best way to motivate each other is one of the most important part of the synergy. It's not just team play and naturally your fragger, he's a scout or sniper. It's not just that, right? We're talking about that type of team dynamics, and we can't wait to see it now because this is the game 4 right here, halfway through the day, and now we are ready to go for this playing path going from Sanhok all the way to Hospital. It is very similar to what we had Span. It's just of the opposite direction, I feel like.
And of course, the first circle is centering around school this time. Once again, we're going to have a couple of teams not inside of this first circle, but it should, in fact, be reachable. Very much so, since this is such a central circle. So we'll have to wait and see where exactly everybody's choosing to go to and how those rotations are going to happen. But definitely, right after that, a ton of these teams are more down towards the southern side of this zone. And I'm getting a little bit worried. I feel like I see a lot of mixtures of teams already.
One thing that's already coming through to be quite interesting would be KURD squad going towards Zaki. Well, last time they tried to just play Motor Power, of course, like this time it's a little bit far. So they go back to Zaki, which last time it didn't go too well. And with RICO Infinity moving from Saverney to North Georgia Pool, that can cause some of these difference in these early game fights or whatnot. It's a little bit of an open book. Like we haven't gotten enough data as to how RICO Infinity plays around North Georgia Pool. We've usually seen Lusail, and so this is going to be a little bit new. And of course, it will be about centering up of the circle, so that eastern side from this plane path, or should I say eastern side of the circle, due to the plane path, will be pretty empty for now. So some of these teams will slowly get into that part and see what they can do, but after all, I don't know. Like this is the thing, right, Span? Like it's so hard to predict because I was trying to imagine myself being in this game. Other than the unpleasant thought of myself potentially shaking out of like nervousness, I don't know what would be going through my head.
At this point, I would definitely be wondering how to get inside of this next zone. And we can even see a bunch of teams going to unusual spots we're not quite used to. All the way up inside of Zarki, for example, is in fact KURD squad. I mean, it's a safe place to play out of. Of course, it's the furthest western side of the map, of course, and they're going to have a big rotation ahead of them. And you're right, that eastern side of this map is going to be quite out in the open. So all of these teams, I'm sure, is keeping that in mind as they start making their moves around this map, trying to find a safe place to play out of. And right when it turns into that circle 2, circle 3, though, they can't quite depend on that any longer. So if they're hoping to take advantage of that knowledge right now, they need to go ahead and finish up what they're doing and start sending it on over there to be safe for it.
Yeah, Lazy Boy could be arrested for dangerous driving in a cop car. I mean, like this is where they like to go, like right here. To be fair, very strong spot, I would say, for the circle. Can use this just natural northern approach of this team so they come back down. But seems like they want to go for wider split, and I can't disagree with that. Like, to be fair, some of these teams, they've only just come in. like to this circle and it's already closing. Sometimes you want to set that line, right? I don't know what IGL you had. The IGL that I had was myself. No, okay, like no,
That was
that's
the IGL.
actually true.
Yeah.
Okay, I was the IGL. So that's the thing. Like sometimes I would call these things where okay, we are going before the clock hits 0, right? So some of these things are important, and for this type of circle, it actually will make some of these teams are already in the circle a little bit slower, one step behind, because they touch the ground a little bit later. It takes the time to float. It takes them to drive towards center first, then start looting. So suddenly it's become this like interesting race of whether they can loot quick enough to still control, or has the team that touched the ground quicker and earlier on this western side be in the car and just come and even overtake them in this first phase. So what seems to be a very normal, right, not too crazy type of phase 1 circle actually speaks a lot and allow us to do analysis when it comes to tempo, about pacing, and we are back to the cop car. I like this because they are doing something unusual, to say the least.
They're starting to send it across that land, trying to figure out a place to be able to play. It looks like kind of running into iKURD triple as well. He's also trying to send it to scout out for his team, running into a little bit of a tree there as he's going, probably hearing the shots from Cryptics right behind. So they're going to keep on going, sending it to try and find a spot. Wait a second, oh, he's actually stopping here. Okay, well there you go. Not quite in sight to be able to take some shots at them. That means Cryptics are going to be getting in front of a couple of people after they're going for some sort of a wild ride there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like their Rozhok team, look at the amount of time it takes them to actually even go home. Right, home's very fun. I mean, home. How do you define home? Home's a feeling sometimes, and for sure, not feeling home. Like for PUBG players, sometimes it's really down to holding that M4 or DP in hand that makes you feel home, but it's actually not. Shouldn't be the case, Span. Like I remember going back to like coaching days or whatnot. Like one type of training is to basically finish the game with whatever first 2 weapons that you pick up, so that you learn how to position or rotate according to what you have, and to also start to dissociate that your confidence in game just based on what you have. Like you just use whatever's given to you, and you should be able to still find the best course of action, do the next right thing to your best ability. And but we also have those, we probably know those before. Oh god, like I'm dying because I can't find my SCAR, my M4, whatnot. No, like we are better than that, right? So that's just a cheeky one to slip in for those who still try to, come strong in this game. Go up the ladder, be the next star. It is important to start, like be able to be the best in whatever weapon you hold.
Not wrong. There's definitely advantages of that at this point, though. Everybody, gonna go ahead and loot to see whatever else they can find. There are some advantages of being the team that's the furthest away from the zone, and that that you're the furthest away. You have to wait for the people in front of you to keep going so that you can loot longer, so that you can go ahead and find those weapons that you usually prefer, that you can get yourself a little bit more util or heals or whatever you may need, and then when you make your rotate on in, you can take advantage of whatever is happening inside of zone as you're scouting. You can potentially even third party, and then you're fresh and you have those guns that you usually like, and that is just all the more confidence. But here we go, Lusail kind of being one of those teams I was referring to. They're just inside of zone, but all the way in the southern side. Obviously want to make the cross onto the main land of Erangel, and I like this. I like that we're finally getting to see this. They're stopping and they're scouting. This is what I feel like a couple more teams inside of this lobby need to be doing to be safe to continue on in these games.
Yeah, like could have stopped slightly earlier even. I don't know, like crossing bridge, I've never properly like had a drop spot around there that leads me to do that in a structural way. Like I'll go and maybe try to figure that out. And like Rip, his car skin was too cool. Like I almost lost my train of thought, right? Like it's like a Batman car. Like it's blowing flame out from its bottom, right? But you know what? Like it's better to go just like do whatever. You need a quick car, you don't need a cool car because you want to get into the circle already with so much. Okay, guys, let's make this easier to understand, right? So you've seen all the teams already in there. Think about all the land that doesn't have a team yet, and think about how, like, what spot you would honestly take. The choices are not a lot. is what I'm saying.
Nope.
The term is saturation, and the challenge is, going around them, avoiding them, and still establish a pocket that you can still control, where you can't make to the most OP spot sometimes.
You're right. It is about the saturation. You can see now even some other teams trying to make the move on in. Galaxy Racer sending across the very center of that field there. Looks like iKURD Triple might want to try to take advantage of it. Kalaga getting a little bit of hits on top of Freak. Not quite going to be enough to get the knock. Same with the rest of the team inside of that compound. And Freak is going to go ahead and back out. He tried going for a little bit of a scout session to see what's out there. Instantly going to go ahead and retreat back to Pachinki. A little bit too dangerous for their taste. At least they have a place to be able to play for now, which is not a bad place to be whatsoever inside of this next zone. At least for right now. You can go ahead and continue to be a little bit passive, a little bit patient as these keep closing. Looks like Ali there almost got a knock on to a member of Galaxy Racer anyway, though.
Yeah, I feel like I don't like how Galaxy Racer, it's just a personal point of view, okay? I know they've got a lot of fans. Do not send me hate messages because I've got enough of that. But no, okay, coming back to this point, they need to kind of just keep an eye out, like on the landscapes around like Headshot Hill. There is a risk-free way to do it, and it's important to keep that info as the next spot that they may need to move to. And it's unlikely, but that is going to be so key. And right now with Pachinki where they are in this circle, it's actually about like picking a side to play. Because who knows? We've seen in Game 1, right, Span, that we've got these teams kind of almost randomly, without scouting, crashing into Pachinki, causing some of these early like squad wipes. And so being the Pachinki team, like Galaxy Racer, needs to still like be aware of what's happening, within that town. And of course, right now it's about like split compounds filling up like we speak. And ABIAH actually showing slightly a better game just now. It's really just the issue of how like sloppy it looked like towards the end game in that Game 3 that made us maybe lose faith in them again. But we all know what a great work they've delivered in the third Super Weekend.
Oh, definitely, they are capable. We've seen it before, so a little bit wondering what changed in this situation. Currently in that 12th place spot. I mean, but they need to go on ahead and really kind of turn this around. At least for right now, they have a spot that they're playing out of, and very shortly we're going to see where this next zone is going to shift and whether or not they're going to continue to be inside of this zone. I feel like in this situation, I wouldn't really want to be either where RICO Infinity Team or KURD Squad are up on the far northern side. They're on the northern side of that river, and I mean, okay, for right now it is safe. Nobody else should be around them, but that just means getting into this next zone could potentially be even more difficult. And we'll see very shortly now as this next one pops. Oh, no way. They actually still, their spots are just inside zone, but that still makes me a little bit nervous as now a lot more eyes are going to be on them, but at least they're not going to have to deal with the chaos that's about to ensue on the southern side of that river.
Yep. Like sometimes is, a curse in disguise. Is not the blessing in disguise. You get what I mean? Like you sit there, you happen to be in. The problem with that position, like you mentioned, Spen, in my honest opinion, is that you need to know how to not play loud in a way. You need to really just pick these teams to happen to come up so up close to your face. Then that is when you try to maybe kill them. Like otherwise, if you play so loud, if the shift continues to go to the south side, then every team would be trying to stop you from crossing. Like that is why we come up with these terms like playing stealthy or loud. And you know what? Doesn't matter. Compound crash is happening as well. iKURD Triple is not having the best time. And Triple Vibes, if there's any team that they want to take down, this is the one.
This is the battle of the triples. Who's going to come out on top is the question. For right now, it looks like iKURD Triple is a little bit more spread apart than compared to Vibes. Looks like Ali, though, is going to go on ahead and be super aggressive. Ooh, taking some testers. Zerail now running straight by Toxin. Looks like Ali is going to continue to be okay. But, of course, the bullets are going to be going back and forth. Oh, some util as well. Toxin and Ali now trading some bullets. Here we go. Both of them taking super low, but Toxin will get the knock before he gets traded out. Now Azrael up on top of the roof. The rest of iKURD Triple making the push. They're on that little side of that wall there, and Kalaga, he's just pushing. Kalaga, oh, he's so confident. He's instantly going to be pushing. This last member knows exactly where he is. Nope, he's above you. So it looks like Azrael is taking this a little bit slower to try and take the rest of them down. Gotta be a little bit careful though, as these reses already came through for the side of iKURD triple.
Ooh. You know what? Like, that was great. It's just pressure that's needed from Kalaga. Look at him go! That is a beautiful one. It's Superman time. And you know what? That was one of the best things I've seen today. But what do we say about Pochinki's span? I mean, this is just expected. And I feel like Galaxy Race has lost the best time to punish teams entering.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised to see about that, about Kalaga, first of all. But now, here we go, back to SUDOR. You did say that they're trying to get inside down here, but Galaxy Racer, they've been here first, and they're going to be in the position to be holding them out. So let's see, SUDOR all the way, already down to just 2. No, down to 0 now as Lord goes on ahead and gets those last couple of kills. SUDOR Esports eliminated Galaxy Racer. Going to be quite happy to pick up those 4 points. They got that res onto Freak as well, so they're going to stay 4 strong. And look at that. They have a clear entry into this next zone. Of course, it's about to close, but at least they'll be able to get a little bit of a ways in to start figuring out where they can play, specifically the compound down to the south. No. Oh no, that compound's not going to help them any longer. Look at that zone. That is terrible.
That is very, very hard to play. Like, just think for these teams on that south side, what spot can you play? Like, honestly, Watertown, you will always leave 1 or 2 in there to make sure it's controlled. You punish those who's coming close. You've got that compound opposite to it, to the northeast, also strong for this, circle. So teams honestly wouldn't come in to give these teams anything. That's what I mean with high level plays. Like, they are doing exactly that, so you don't want to, give them anything for it. But what else? Like, how else are you going to play the circle? That is the question. Of course, I've got some answers, like, within myself. We need to see how they do it. I think that's an interesting thing. Like, Rosa, after all, can be where some of these teams want to come in. Jam-packed, sardine, no matter what you want to call it. And Fate have defended quite a few important compounds today, and they may just have to repeat that a few more times.
And here we go, YaLLa now making their rotation. Of course, right beside them is going to be K12. A little bit of a scary situation. Looks like they're turning into fishes now as they send it into the water. YaLLa has spotted out. Ooh, oh man. Okay, well, it's Riyadh going to go on ahead and fall. And YaLLa, I'm a little bit concerned because they're so spread out, and now they have a team in between them. More teams are going to be coming in above them as well, and they don't 100% have a spot. Let's say. Powerful now making a move on over. He's technically playing this alone. Yep. His teammates otherwise super far away.
This is tricky, right? Like, they are playing confidently, but it's very hard to define these pockets that I like to talk about. And you can see some of these teams coming in, like even as solos, if they enter just at the right time, just edging in, then they can punish a team that went too, decisive into the middle. And you can see, for example, Powerful's position can be extremely hard to hold. And I mean, given away as well with the car park next to it. So it's about the 3 players you can see guarding his defensive angles. This Galaxy Racer with the big brain rotation potentially want to go up high ground upon high ground to really spoil this one. So this is where YaLLa may fall if they don't do this right.
It's a little bit scary, like I said, since they don't have all 4 strong together as well. If any fight happens, they won't be the strongest that they can be. Also, there is only a couple places that can play. It's Watertown or Rosshawk. We already talked about that, and it looks like one of these compounds by Watertown are now being contested as well. NASR wants the spot that Cryptics has. Honestly, this spot is huge, and that no matter where this next zone goes, this team could be able to make a nice cross based off of their position. Of course, though, there's going to be a fight about it. Looks like Marshall went down. Miracle is going to go on ahead and be traded. NASR is still just down by 1, though. Russ is coming through already. It's just a nade battle at this point. Utility to the max to try and take each other down, but we know very shortly the push is going to happen, and it's going to be turning into guns, especially as this next zone is about to pop. It's now or never to get rid of this threat to figure out where they get to go next.
And you can see the possible over-rotation from Galaxy Racer. Look at the top right there. It's 2 of those players, not to say the least, and that is going to be a tricky one. Some of them are still alive, but the pinch does come in. It's a 3-team situation. Galaxy Racer get eliminated at 14th, and we have the circle going back to the South Island, but still very far from so many teams, except these 2 who have already been fighting in the past minute or so, and that means we may have teams crashing in with the 3rd, 4th, or 5th party.
Definitely. Definitely at this point. We were talking about they need to clear each other so they can get ready for the next rotation, but now they're seriously the only team with an actual hard cover inside the zone. They need to get rid of the enemy team just so they can get prepared for this next crash to happen. It does look like they kind of resorted down to just surviving next to each other. The thing is, I definitely would not want to be where NASR is, because I feel like that's usually the point of crash entry, especially for those teams down more towards that southwestern side. And I mean, we can hear all the shooting in the distance. We know that everybody is about to be coming in very shortly. The bullets already ringing out as Cryptics is trying to get involved with that YaLLa versus K12 fight in the north.
It's about defending this one. Let's not forget that Cryptics is at first place right now. And this is actually the type of compound that can win you games. Like it's too good of a compound. It's almost like a God-given compound. It's about defending it right now. And NASR seems like they're happy to coexist, which is also just good for them. Like, to be fair, like it wouldn't do them any good unless they can do it so quickly. So even for an aggressive squad that we said have been extremely clean, they know this is not the fight to take, but you can see multiple teams entering into the edge. They will have the fight of their own at the same time. Third-partying this where the smoke's been deployed already. Span, we're in for a treat. This endgame is going to be insane.
Oh, it definitely is, especially along those edges. You can see Lusail slowly losing a couple of people as they're trying to get in, with Twisted Minds holding them out, of course, towards Rozhawk. Fate now taking a lot of shots towards ABIAH. There we go, one goes down, and here comes RICO Infinity team sending across the water as well. So even if they're able to take down the threat right in front of them, being ABIAH, there's even more coming. KURD squad and RICO Infinity team sending it in as well. So let's see what's going to happen here. Fate Esports, they got the knocks, so they're just sending it on over, assuming that they have the advantage, but instead of finding a very hurt ABIAH, they're finding two other teams as well. So that's a little bit of a difficult situation to be inside of. It looks like ABIAH is resorting to just 6ix9ine hiding out in the water. Meanwhile, more teams being eliminated. Lusail goes down. 11 teams are left. Here we go as Fate is Sawi taking those shots towards RICO Infinity team. They can't stay on that side of the river for much longer, so they're trying to get rid of them shortly. Oh my goodness.
But Anna's with the cover fire and the back as well. That is why this game is so crazy. And it pulls away from the coastline. That is going to hurt some of these teams. You can see, planning to play submarine strat is actually a great shout. And this side of RICO, okay, not like this, man. Like, that is painful to watch. And man, that is also a straight knock. Not the complete squad wipe, because he was standing in the water. So there's no knock, it's a straight kill. And then it's about these 20 seconds. Look at all these players. What are we doing? It's about shooting everything. Every single point count. Like, can you practically get into circle? Maybe the answer is no, but can you shoot and get something? Yes, we have trained for this.
It's a pool party, it seems. Everybody inside of the river, you're right, just shooting down the banks, trying to see if they can catch anything at this point. Like, I like that YaLLa is using that tiny rock just on the edge of the water as a little bit of cover as they're taking some shots, but of course the zone is now closing and they're not inside. They have to figure out how to cross themselves, and they realize that it's going to be difficult, and that's why they're going for those kills instead, to at least pad some points somehow. There it goes, stealing that kill, and now they're going to be swimming. Just look at the absolute chaos. It's still down to Cryptic NASR, still holding down the compound as Senkai is now getting involved. This is just a huge opportunity for any points that they can get. Right now, Cryptics only have 3 kills. That should increase significantly over these next couple of minutes.
I completely agree. That compound has got level with its sidelines and taking out the competition as well. Fate is the one that you want to take out. They can take away your squad. 4 kills right now with the full squad. If there's anything that I'm worried about for them, it will be ammo. It will be that level of resources, right? Like, sometimes you want to only take certain fights so that you can loot and replenish. And this can be tricky for this team. I mean, no one wants to come close for a very good reason.
And nobody wants to go close because they're definitely going to go ahead and be able to pop up and win, because it's just a huge open run to try and get to the compound. Looks like YaLLa might have sent out those smokes to try and get a little bit closer, to try and be able to run up on top of Cryptics. But of course, we can see that they just still have great vision on it. It's still going to be a little bit of a difficult one to be able to pull off, but what other options do they have at this point? So that's their definite goal as of right now. At this point, it looks like only one team, that's going to be ABIAH, is outside outside of this zone, and then otherwise all the rest of the 5 teams are inside. Nice nade coming from YaLLa, almost took down one of the members from Cryptics up on top of the roof, but they're still going to be waiting patiently on that bank to try and get the first knock, that opportunity to make the push actually happen.
It's tricky. I mean, it's between YaLLa and Cryptics when it comes to the top of the leaderboard, right? And that is going to be Cryptics. Oh my god, like with the compound bless as well. Like, the response coming through, but that won't be enough. Pain is what they feel, Span.
We knew that those trades were going to be happening, though. YaLLa Esports had absolutely no cover. And I mean, they did get a really nice knock on a Senke, but Cryptics immediately going for that res. A little bit surprised maybe the NASR didn't move or do anything or go for it, but it's probably just because there's only one singular knock. If it was 2, that would probably be a different scenario. Looks like FalconsEsport still somehow keeping all 4 up. How'd they even get here with this many members? Not quite sure, but it is huge for them to be on the complete opposite side of this zone, basically alone. That means that it's basically going to be Cryptics and NASR Esports being forced to fight this out. And that means Falcons are just going to be able to wait.
Oh, like Falcons, we talk about big games for some of these teams. Like, they haven't had one yet. This is time. This is time for them to get almost like on par with all, like the double the placement points if they can win this. I mean, that is actually a little bit sad. But you know what? Like, we'll take that back because there's still a chance. We know what they can do. They got a turkey the other day, Span, like 3 chicken dinners in a row. So this could be it. 8 kills on board, making it to top 3. Important jump upcoming.
Here we go. Cryptics now making a move. They're definitely setting up to be holding out NASR. They're going towards the north. NASR going towards the south. The smokes are instantly out, trying to bring their vehicles. We already talked about it. Vehicles, it's the moving hard cover. If you don't have a place to play, especially in a huge field like this, your vehicles are your place to play out of. Cryptics still not inside the zone, though. We're going to have to go a little bit further. Maybe they'll be able to find some cover at that crate that just landed right up to the north, but it looks like NASR will spot them out first. There we go. A little bit of damage towards Marshall. And it looks like NASR has also found out FalconsEsport, though. They're going on ahead and actually changing the people that they want to be shooting at in this situation. At this point, it's whoever is starting the fight first. The other team is going to go on ahead and third party.
Oh, that's close, though. Marshall got a very good angle. Just look at Cryptics right now. It's the delegation. They heard all the gunshots. They spread out. And now it's about finding the zone as well, but it's about Ridgelines running out right now. Good eyes by Damar.
Yeah, looks like that means Cryptics is going to be in the worst position. They were with the team that had the furthest to go, and now they're technically in the center, between NASR, between Falcons. And that means the majority of the eyes are going to be towards Cryptics. There we go. Falcons know that they got a knock, so never alone. Damar going to go ahead and push a little bit further forward, getting the flush into 1. Lazy Boy still alive, but oh, nice from Lazy Boy being able to go ahead and punish back. Never alone goes down, and now Damar's trying to go ahead and get the knockback, but no way, Cryptics! Perfect opportunity for them. Get a knock on 2 of the members of Falcons. That means there's only 1 left, but of course we said whoever was going to start the fight, the third team was just going to go ahead and kick into action, and that's exactly what NASR is doing. They're instantly running in to try and get involved, getting the flushes onto some of the Cryptic members, and Lazy Boy is the last one alive who will be caught out by Miracle. So it's the last 2 teams. NASR Esports with 3 still up. What? He just went for a huge run over and won the game. No way. NASR Esports win by a duo run over at the very end.
I have no words, man. Like, this day span has been a pleasure. Like, how often do we see it? Like, we've seen everything, crazy endings, crazy zones. Like, this one was just so harsh, pushing these teams like left, right, and center. And towards the end is like these moments, man, running over 2-3 players. Like, you didn't really see that a lot, but it's also just NASR. Like, I think this game speaks about NASR as well. Yes, maybe the second half. I wouldn't say the first half, but the second half. Knowing what fights to take, knowing when to say we shouldn't go too far, coexist with another powerful team, play their cards right, and towards the end, even just a run over, like the decisiveness coming through from that team. But you know what? That game was actually huge because right up top is actually FalconsEsport. We have not seen them in this position for more than 10 days now, ladies and gentlemen, if not more. That was the week 2 that we were talking about, and they are finally back. But will this be too late? I don't think so, right? Span, we talk about the difference that it's going to make in those standings and maybe the prize money.
They will go on ahead and potentially jump up some, and that will be a change in prize money. Definitely 100%. Right now in that 14th place position, we'll have to see how far they're going to be able to increase with 22 points. Meanwhile, NASR in 5th right now, getting 20 more points. They're definitely trying to make a push towards that top 3. You can definitely feel it. Cryptics trying to hold on to their top spot, and YaLLa in that 2nd spot got 5th with 10 points. They're trying to go on ahead and make it a little bit closer, but it's definitely proving to be a bit difficult. These teams still nicely being consistent. You can see Lazy and Senku from Cryptics making it onto the round MVP list here. 5 kills for Lazy, 761 damage, 3 kills for Senku, 802, and then Kalaga from iKURD, triple with 5 kills, 729 damage done. Not surprised to see these guys. The only thing I will say about Cryptics is we could tell. We talked about it. These teams need to go on ahead and clear each other out that compound if they're hoping to go on ahead and win it, and it just didn't go in Cryptics' favor this time.
Yeah, it's hard. Like, it's a risk to take, right? Like, when you are too far into fighting against each other, like with that type of compound, like teams just come in and third party. Like, it's you actually just give up on the most important strength of that compound, which is the 360 sightlines at the mid-long range to take care of a close fight. So it seems like both teams know that, and that is also what seems to be a demonstration of just game sense, like pure game sense, and I think I love it. Like, it won't be the case, to be fair. Like, Cryptics will get drawn and poured down to the swamp together with a team that would just go in for the aggressive play. But lucky that they've got like NASR. Like, NASR don't want to risk themselves, and then so yeah, like Cryptics got the good side of it as well. Mutualism would be the word, and 299 points right now. Span 15-point lead. That is quite a lot because we've only got 2 games to go.
Yeah, and we can see there that NASR will, in fact, go on ahead and jump up a lot. They were in 5th, jumped up to that 3rd position. And again, down below, it does look like FalconsEsport will be able to move up into that 13th place position. So there are a bunch of teams that are still going on ahead. And of course, getting enough points to actually go on ahead and do something for them. And you're right, we have 2 games left, Tarzan, and there's still a little bit of movement left for these teams. Just 1 placement point can be a huge difference for them in terms of the prize money. And of course, it still feels like a little bit of a battle back and forth between Cryptics and YaLLa to get that top spot to move on to PMGC. So we're going to have to still wait. We still have a Miramar and a Sanhok game left, and we're going to be getting ready to get into our Miramar match very soon. So we're going to go ahead and jump into a little bit of a break while we wait for that to get ready, and we'll see you guys shortly.
Mr. D. Like this. لعيبة الايكورد وناصر حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر وهيرو وفعلا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
New Royale Pass version. Royale Pass month now available. So what's changed with RPM? Let's go through it together. First, the duration has been adjusted. Royale Pass month seasons have been reduced from 2 months to 1 month, meaning that you'll see new and different RP content every month. It also means you'll no longer have to wait 2 months if you don't like the current RPM rewards. Perhaps next month's RP rewards will better suit your taste. Also, the level cap has been cut in half from 100 to 50 to coincide with the shortened Royal Pass month seasons, meaning that shorter RPM seasons will not impact leveling or collecting rewards. You should pay attention to the RP missions. There will be some bonus RP point events that will allow you to accumulate more RPM points and level up quicker 60 UC received into the next season. You'll have a free Elite Pass plus 60 UC every month. Now that's a stable income. You can also follow and join our RP pre-order events to get even more discounts and earn more rewards. Overall, the new Royale Pass month is more flexible and affordable, while providing more than before and offering more rewards. Have we piqued your interest? What are you waiting for? Get started now with the Royale Pass month.
Welcome back. We're about to get into our 5th game for PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. With me is Tarzan, and I am Span Cargo. And if you've noticed a phone floating around, that is Oppo. Upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports of 2021. So Tarzan, okay. So at this point, we finished the majority of our games. You already know that. We're about to be going into Miramar, and still... Take a look at the scores for me. What's happening?
Well, I mean, that lead in the first and second place is actually quite huge. I mean, 15-point lead from Cryptics, and then we've got YaLLa at 184. So, like, as opposed to 199 from Cryptics. Is these 3 teams below them, right? Quickly crunch through them. NASR Esports 166, 165 by Fate Esports, RICO 162. So things are about to change in this one.
Let's go on ahead and get into our game, though. Miramar is starting. People are jumping out of that plane, and it looks like our plane path is once again very friendly for these guys. So if they're hoping to go on ahead and reach their drop spot, this plane path will probably let them be able to do so. And that means this last game might be starting off pretty evenly, meaning that the later game is just going to be harder for everyone. So that means it's really coming down to team-specific skills and how they're going to be able to play throughout these last 2 matches. It's the second to last one. If they needed points, they need to go on ahead and do that now.
Interesting. Like, Span, something I'm seeing here is very interesting. Triple Vibes went for something different. And same for the side of SUDOR Esports. So one team, okay, Triple Vibes like going to Al Azhar. Not too far, doable, go against it. Empower Team SUDOR Esports go against it as well, and now dropping very close to Real Tiger 9. I don't disagree with it. I think at this stage of the game, like, they should be still in the mix, right? But they are at, 7th place, 120. They want to, bump down some of these other teams, basically, right? But we have this Eastern Circle again, slightly more north than what we got in Game 2. Still tricky for some of these teams, and there's so much of that mid-game that's hard to predict for the IGLs, because, like, not knowing that the 2 Eastern teams have, moved away from it means that there is an invisible line, I'd say, through that middle from north to south, top to bottom, where they may not want to go past, because that side is where some of these teams might have gotten the control already. So, like, this is going to be just interesting one, and we can see, like, Galaxy Racer, like, still heading towards El Pozo by the looks of it. So latecomer for this circle, I would just off my impression of this team, maybe a wide rotation, like in the clockwise manner, going to that north side first and coming back in to that east. And this other circle actually great for a team like NASR, and if you give them the control over that middle zone right now, which is actually one of the favorite spots to split around, then they are going to look even scarier.
Yeah, they're gonna have to go ahead and wait a tiny bit. As we can see this zone, people are just driving to try and find a better spot. I actually like this. I like that Real Tiger 9 decided to just grab vehicles and start driving straight east. That way they're gonna go ahead and get rid of, away from people, probably spotted out SUDOR dropping really close to them. We're just like, I don't know who that is, but we're getting the heck away. Real Tiger 9 right now in that 16th place position, I feel like is definitely a target for some teams that would want to be able to pick up some points. Like, I was kind of wondering if maybe SUDOR was going for a hot drop on Real Tiger 9 to get themselves some kill points, but Real Tiger 9 probably identifying that is just gonna drive away to try and play the game.
Yeah, also just down to the fact that they would go for these splits, you know, to the south of Los Leones if they need to.
شوف لعيبة الايكورد وناصر حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر وهيرو وفعلا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
smile down upon Falcons there, protecting them by taking a lot of shots in the directions of fate. Gonna be taking them very, very low HP. YaLLa, of course, is trying to take this fight because they're just outside of the zone. But no way, Reva also getting involved. We knew that this was gonna happen. Just absolute chaos as everybody's trying to get inside of this later zone. Everybody's just gonna start appearing and doing a lot of damage. YaLLa is still gonna be able to survive for now, though. Right when Yusuf gets res, they're gonna have to continue to get inside the zone, though, and we can see, take a look at that. The zone's about to close once again. Who is gonna get the short end of the stick, though?
Tricky, and it goes over to Fate. Okay, my head. That is actually quite crazy. You think about the amount of the crazy thing right now is not just about like getting into the zone. It's the amount of kills that would go down to some of these teams, like on that western side when they have to fight it in. We don't get to see it maybe until we actually see those end results. But right now, Fate tries to hold that one. It will be the Cryptics alongside them, and they've got the freedom to rotate on this eastern side when no one's on their back. They shouldn't know that. I mean, they can know that. Seems like Lazy Boy's got all sides covered. So it will be these nades. Oh, YaLLa, this is not the time to die because your enemies are playing so good. But Damar as well, holding that ground right there for Falcons.
Oh, how did that nade not get him? Look at that. That landed so close. It took Damar super low HP, but it looks like he will be able to heal on up. Yeah, Ghillie suit as well. I wonder if that went on ahead and helped him out there, but hopefully he'll be able to med on up and then try to get further inside of that zone. I don't know. Look at that. It hard shifted over towards the eastern side. I wonder if some of those teams on the west are going to be able to actually exit. We saw it very shortly there for a moment, that fighting happening. And look at this fighting happening inside the compound as well. Wait a second. No way. FaZe Esports goes down. This was their original compound, but it looks like KURD squad is going to go ahead and just rip it out of their hands, take it for themselves. FalconsEsport also eliminated in the meantime. KURD 12 Esports going to go ahead and protect the northern side and also take out YaLLa. One by one, teams are falling and 6 are left.
Oh my, like this is insane. Like Cryptics actually just make it into top 6 as well, at least 4.5 with that one kill. But Galaxy Racer also in the circle. We talk about dividing like these landscapes. Sometimes you don't even get to see the magic because you don't know what's in front of you. This is the new part of the map. And no, it's old, but maybe new for them. We rarely see this. This is Impala, for God's sake, and that will be actually Cryptics continually popping off on that kill feed. They are unstoppable so far.
Wow, here we go. More nades going on ahead and getting chucked back and forth. At this point, this zone is very small. That those should be super effective if they were able to keep them throughout. There we go. A ton more damage into the side of Galaxy Racer. Gonna go ahead and get the flushes onto them as well. And I think that means that there's only one left. It looks like it's only Freak left in between Cryptics and iKURD Triple Esports. Definitely not the best spot to be, but if he gets to be quiet, they might not spot him out. A ton more teams up on the northern side that might be taken out before him. We'll just have to wait and see. As now, wait a second, KURD squad spotting out a next victim. Twisted Minds, of course. K12 also seeing them. Take him out with a nade first.
Oh, that's important, right? Like for Galaxy Racer, when they need to chase some points back, like when these few teams above them have been choking a little bit this game, but Cryptics for sure trying to increase their lead like mad. Is also KURD squad showing us that they deserve to be here. It's 2 huge days in a row span. Like that is a very, very good day, and I mean this is a potential that they can show. Also KURD 12, remember everyone what they missed by them missing the Super Weekend, and they want to redeem themselves for sure. And this circle actually isn't too bad for all teams. It's just a tightening and centering.
Oh man, and especially since this went back down towards the southern side, basically. I don't think that building is inside of it. That means KURD squad has to go ahead and make a move, and it looks like Cryptics is going to make that a little bit difficult for them. There we go, though. Aram going to go and get a knock onto one. Getting shot in the back by iKURD Triple Esports as well. It's not looking too good for Cryptics. I think they went on ahead and extended a little bit too far. I do think they have at least one left in safety. Yeah, look at that. El Chapo win down there on that southern side. Now holding it down for the rest of Cryptics as the shots go on ahead and meet each other for those teams all the way on the edge. This entire center of this new zone is completely empty. Whoever gets to the center first is going to be taken out by those teams around the edges. So it looks like we got 2 solos down to the south and a couple teams to the north at this point.
But KURD squad with 11 kills in the full team. iKURD with 12. We talk about them like being one of the most disappointing team. I mean, when we compare with what they've done in the league stage and that the Super Weekends, they finally came back strong. I mean, like, can I even just bring up some stats right now? But you know what? Hold that thought, because around the key fragger is getting knocked.
This is not looking good. Yeah, it looks like KURD 12 Esports is just a duo left. It's kind of getting KURD Squad a literal run for their money now, getting a knock into 1. They're in a nice position to be able to hold out KURD Squad behind that little ridge that you saw. That ridge was helping them out hugely against other fights, putting them in charge of the peaks, but now it's kind of being a barrier between KURD Squad and the zone. So we'll see if KURD Squad's going to be able to get out. But first, of course, the last member of Cryptics will be found. That solo from Galaxy Racer is still holding on, but as Ali is now making the rotation, maybe he'll be found out. But no, wait a second. It looks like it looks like KURD 12 Esports just tried to jump onto KURD Squad, unfortunately got eliminated, so KURD Squad's going to continue. But of course, iKURD Esports is going to take their spot. It's down to the last 3 teams. Will Ali spot Freak, or will they just focus fully on KURD Squad? We have to wait and see.
Oh my god, like, I can't believe Ali couldn't spot that one. I mean, that is so key for Galaxy Racer in coming back in. I mean, we talk about that 3rd spot being very, very important. We go, oh, he actually made it to 3rd. That's 11 points. And you know what? That won't be your focus. That won't be your focus when you're down to this type of team fight. This could be Freak. We know he is one of the best fraggers in the league, in this whole region. This can be a game changer for them.
I have a feeling they might go on ahead and be able to grab 2nd place from this KURD Squad, and iKURD Esports are just so focused on each other, right, that they're not even going to be thinking about a solo. I mean, Ali technically went on ahead and checked it for the team, so they're not going to be worrying about it whatsoever. So no matter who goes down in this situation, Freak will go ahead and pop up right at the best moment to get involved. 2 go down on the KURD Squad. This is a perfect position for Triple Esports. Another one goes down. It's just 1 left, and they're eliminated. No way. I think at that point, Freak needed to go on ahead and stand up, but he missed his opportunity. But there we go. Now he's going to stand up and shoot, but he can't even get one. iKURD Esports wins our very last Miramar game with a ton of kills. I can't believe that just one person basically took out all of KURD Squad, who were our previous dominant team.
I literally choked on my own spit. 3,600 damage, 3,600. My god, I can't even speak anymore. That's the team that got bumped down to almost the bottom, guys. They came in this game with, what, like 19 kills. That's it. That's the biggest win of this season's PMPL Arabia by the team that some of you wouldn't expect on the last day, 2nd last match, when it's a bit late if they want to make it all the way to the top. But that is the definition of the competitiveness still. And man, that was an insane game. Like, who would pick that out of all these spots, like, to end the circle to the east of Impala? Are you kidding me? 34-point game from iKURD Esports. That is insane.
That's absolutely huge. I mean, we got to see a couple of those potentially through like league play and through super weekends, but that definitely hasn't happened. You're right, throughout these finals so far. I mean, everybody at this point was just, it seemed pretty equal in terms of being able to make sure no huge games like that would happen. But iKURD Esports, I don't even know what to say. That was a huge game coming through from them. I really thought it was going to be KURD Squad that takes that away, but nope, it's just over in an instance. KURD Squad went out in third with 12 kills, 22 total points. Galaxy Racer being able to stay alive for that 2nd place spot is still huge. And that, take a look at that. They had 1 person left and they're able to stay alive all the way until getting 12 points. That's also really big for Galaxy Racer.
I have no words. I mean, let's not be kidding ourselves. A lot of luck is involved. And we have only got 1 game left. Yes, I know they're a strong team, but yeah, the bar is very high, right? And I've judged all teams on that same level. Galaxy Racer has issues in the way of playing this game right now. Their approach is not meta-proofed for some reason. I don't know where they ended here. This is a God-gifted 13 points. It's now down to themselves to take this and just have a banger of a last game. Like, that's it, right? But let's not forget about these teams that is worth so much of these, should I say, just compliments. Like KURD 12, they miss Super Weekend, like the last one, but they came in fine. I mean, not the best, but this last day is so much better. KURD squad, some huge games, and that is just insane. Like this, and also seen the record-breaking game as well here. Yes, when we talk about that last season, of course, we've got like more, like Guns Esports now, then, and now Galaxy Race, they got like 22 kills, chicken dinners, but like this is actually the biggest so far. So yeah, we were in for a treat. We were not kidding, Span.
Not kidding whatsoever. And we can also see
Kalaga.
our round MVPs. Are we surprised? No. Kalaga for iKURD Triple Esports, 7 kills, 14 damage, average damage. That is absolutely insane coming through from Kalaga. And Rowan also up there with 5 kills, 843 as well. Those are just huge numbers for a single round of a game. And of course, J9 there for KURD squad. Gotta go on ahead and include KURD squad. They were also just absolutely fragging with 6 kills, 712 damage done. That is impressive.
Impressive. You know what? Like, Span 3,600. So if you just do that quick math, the other 2 players of that squad still, like, together output more than 1,000 damage. Like, that is why they are, you know, just so impressive this game. Where were they? They're now at 7th place. Like, that is a huge jump. Of course, like, mathematically quite hard to get another chicken dinner win with 14 kills. When Galaxy Racer takes zeros to take over their point, like that is going to be a little bit hard, right? But we can see the battle of that 3rd place is actually real. And we talk about, you know, Cinderella Story and Oat Kings. Oat Kings is literally these 4 teams. At 3rd, NASR 168, 166 with Fate Esports, RICO Infinity 163, 4 points below. We've got Galaxy Racer. That is a 9-point difference to separate 4 of these very, very good teams. And it's sad to know that they are fighting for that spot instead of the top, but man, like we don't expect them to be at anywhere else, and yet they had a rough game. Like that game was not good, like by them. And sometimes it's the circle, sometimes it's the game. But you know what? Like, we like dethroning Kings. I don't want them to get hurt. Don't get me wrong. It's about the endless possibilities and players coming in, learning, and then becoming better. After all, it's about who works harder, who works smarter.
Exactly. It just comes down to who's able to go on ahead and just pull it off in that specific game. But of course, we only have a singular game left, and it's going to end it all on Sanhok. You already said it. At this point, it is a fight for that 3rd place position. Who's going to go on ahead and get to that highest point to get that prize pool? Will it be somebody surprising that goes on ahead and wins our next game? Or will it be one of those teams that has been oh so consistent? We'll just have to wait and see. That next match is going on ahead and starting very shortly. So we will be back shortly. Don't go anywhere because it's about to get even spicier. See you soon.
لعيبة الايكورد وناصر حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر وهيرو وفعلا نابو. يا ولد يا نابو، يا ولد يا نابو، يا ولد يا نابو. لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
New Royale Pass version. Royale Pass month now available. So what's changed with RPM? Let's go through it together. First, the duration has been adjusted. Royale Pass month seasons have been reduced from 2 months to 1 month, meaning that you'll see new and different RP content every month. It also means you'll no longer have to wait 2 months if you don't like the current RPM rewards. Perhaps next month's RP rewards will better suit your taste. Also, the level cap has been cut in half, from 100 to 50, to coincide with the shortened Royal Pass month seasons, meaning that shorter RPM seasons will not impact leveling or collecting rewards. You should pay attention to the RP missions. There will be some bonus RP point events that will allow you to accumulate more RPM points and level up quicker in the next season. Second, rewards have been adjusted. The new Royal Pass month will have better rewards than before. In the past, Elite Pass holders could only choose one of 2 legendary outfits when they reached max level. In the new version, Elite Pass holders receive both outfits when they reach max level. What's more, we've also adjusted the number of outfits available, and added weapon finishes, vehicle finishes, airplane finishes, parachutes, emotes, and other commercialized items in the new version. These adjustments will definitely add value to your Royal Pass month. Free pass holders also get a rewards boost. Now, free pass holders will get rewards for every level up, including outfits and weapon finishes. Free pass holders will also have a chance to receive RP vouchers worth 60 UC to use when purchasing their next Elite Pass. In the past, players receive rewards worth 30,000 UC when reaching max level in the Royal Pass over 2 months. With the update to Royal Pass month, players will now receive rewards worth 40,000 UC when reaching max level over 2 months. That's a 33% increase in value. Finally, the price has been adjusted. We adjusted the pricing of Royal Pass month, along with other changes. Elite Pass has been reduced from 600 UC to 360 UC, and Elite Pass Plus has been reduced from 1800 UC to 960 UC. You may be wondering why the new price isn't 300 UC. Let us show you step by step how to participate in Royal Pass month forever with just 300 UC, while earning UC in the process. First, you'll need to get RP vouchers. Free pass holders receive a 60 UC RP voucher at level 30. The voucher can be used to deduct 60 UC for the next RPM. If you reinvest the 360 UC received into the next season, you'll have a free Elite Pass Plus 60 UC every month. Now that's a stable income. You can also follow and join our RP pre-order events to get even more discounts and earn more rewards. Overall, the new Royal Pass month is more flexible and affordable, while providing more than before and offering more rewards. Have we piqued your interest? What are you waiting for? Get started now with the Royal Pass month.
لعيبة الايكورد وناصر حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر هيرو. وفعلا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو. لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back for the last time. Because Tarzan, we're about to go into our very last game. Again, it is Span Cargo and Professor Tarzan who have been casting this for you, and it's been a pleasure so far. But with this last match on Sanhok, that is going to be determining our winners of PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. And I mean, it comes down to this. I don't quite know what to expect. Tarzan, how are you feeling? What are you expecting?
I don't know what to say. I just want to see a banger of a game. You know, like with sometimes we get these crazy game 5s, game 6, and this is it. Like we'll get to crown the new kings, and I don't know what that would mean. Like when it comes to PMGC Spot, because we talk about including season 1 as well. So you know what? Let's just see it. We just need to see it and see who will take it. Right now, point-wise, it will be Cryptics right on top with a 21-point lead. And then we have NASR below YaLLa by 18 points. So that is actually big enough of a difference. So yeah, like that price difference as well, like let's not forget about it. So we'll just quickly quote it. $10,000 for the champions, then only 6,500 for the second. So that difference is huge. This playing path, yes, I mean it will, you know what, like it will slow down teams like Galaxy Racer because they need to fly a little bit further down to Sami. After it's slightly towards that north side, but still, it is Sanhok. It's not the craziest, it's not the most punishing, and once again, this is very similar to what we've got that phase 1 circle span, but after all, we just can't guess where it's going to center up later on.
Not at all, but what we can see is that it looks like it's going to be going towards that mainland of Sanhok once again, just like our first Sanhok match of today. So are we going to have a similar one as to that one? We can go ahead and already pose. That already means that these teams don't really have to worry about choosing what island is the correct island. Like if this decided to go ahead and hard shift over towards the western side, it would be like a big scramble to figure out what side of the water that they want to be on. But for this one, they definitely know that the best bet is to go over to the biggest part of Sanhok in this situation. And yeah, you said, oh no, wait a second. It looks like there's a little bit of shenanigans potentially going on all the way down there on that southern side. I think a member of Galaxy Racer was just knocked potentially by SUDOR, so it looks like we're already having an early game fight.
That is a rip. Like when I said it's a little bit too north, it will be quite far for Galaxy Racer. That is what could have happened, right? Like early game, we talk about getting cars in these areas. Man, I mean, a little bit of a scrappy fight. They got the reset though, but they've been slowed down for quite a bit. It's good like they eventually picked that up. The support does come in. Is that one compound that kept them going? One car is all they need, and this is the start. Maybe they will be able to get out, but Clever is not ready to let them go.
You see him trying to shoot at least at Freak, trying to do a little bit more damage, but Galaxy Racer is out of there. Wait a second, somebody's chasing. SUDOR doesn't want to let them go that easily. They're already driving on over as well, it seems like, at least to that compound right beside them. A little bit nervous here. Yeah, instantly laying prone because it looks like it's El Samari actually that's kind of driving close, instantly getting out of the vehicle and starting to run around. Galaxy Racer at this point, I feel like they just need to keep on running potentially to try and get even further away, but it looks like that's not going to be possible, especially as Safe now is actually in the area. And it looks like Lord is going to be found out. It's going to be knocked once again. Freak not liking where his position is either, is now trying to hide behind a rock, and the rest of his teammates a little bit further away, but the pushes are happening. Here we go, big nade. Not going to hit, but still have some time to find them. Oh, well, Lord goes down.
Here comes the info. Like, I think that's the thing, right? Like, is there's a way out. They had a window, but because this is just so uncommon for this team that this is actually choking them. This is heartbreak, to be fair.
Oh. Okay, Freak got one, but instantly is traded out by Al-Shamari. The flush comes through as well. Galaxy Racer definitely not looking too hot. They only have 2 people left down to the southern side. SUDOR, on the other hand, I mean, Saif got knocked, but the res is already coming through. Hambari, Raouf, the last 2 up for Galaxy Racer. Like, what do you do at this point? They're in Sami. They can continue looting if they want to, but an entire 4-man still knows exactly where you are. Like, they have to keep on moving, in my opinion, if they're hoping to stay alive, because SUDOR, they obviously know there's only 2 people left. That is a fight that if they really wanted to, they could go on ahead and take quite easily.
You know what I would do if I were them? Like, I mean, I used to be the shot caller. I know this sounds like it's not what people want to hear, but right now, as Galaxy Racer, I need at least 10 points, to go into 3rd place. I need those 10 points by, 1 or 2, kills, stealing maybe from within the zone, but other than that, heal strat. I would make sure that I have a car. I'll move in slightly closer whenever I can, but I'll keep at least a 300-meter distance between myself and the zone, and I'll always just tank a little bit. They had 20 first aids. I would take 30 if I can. 2 players with the whole Sami, I can find 25 first aids. Like, I would so religiously tank and send the other one to just hold maybe 1 or 2 to get that split kill here and there. But we talk about YaLLa having the chance to go further as well, and this can be food for them to boost them up. This may be the first one that's needed from those 21 if they want to take away that whole championship title.
Nice nade coming in from Triple Vibes and directly on top of ID7. Gonna get the knock onto him, so it looks like both of them at least have traded back and forth. It also looks like Powerful just chilling for right now. His teammates gonna go ahead and be backing on up. It looks like it's not looking too good for them in this situation. Here we go. They're also now driving here. Powerful kind of snapping back into it. Here we go. Toxin, he seems to be trying to gather information. You know that driving around strat potentially goes for a run over too, but no, instead YaLLa's gonna be doing a lot of damage. Still, they're the ones that are half HP. And Triple Vibes, they're only taking that as an opportunity to get even closer, trading a little bit of nades. That one could be huge. Wait a second. That one could go on ahead and get the flush into ID7. No, wait. There we go. Gets the re-knock onto him. I thought that was going to be Bandar's death as well, but he's just able to get away with barely any HP. YaLLa, they're hard retreating back into the compound at this point. Triple Vibes, let's see if they're going to be able to stop them.
Wow, like Triple Vibes, like need to get paid by Cryptics now. Like, they've played a little bit quiet all tournament, and suddenly they decide to hunt down the 2nd place team, and that is going to be the 2nd kill coming through. Maybe no, oh, that's a good return. Banda refused to go down.
That is huge. Bandar gonna get another one. No way. There's only one left. And look, barely any HP for the one on the left. The thing is, he also has to take down 1 shot. Let's see if Bandar's gonna be able to do it. No time to heal, but he will in fact take 1 shot down. Super low, but it doesn't matter. Down he goes, and it looks like the last member for YaLLa, Powerful, a little bit too far away. If he was there, I'm sure he would have been able to go on ahead and potentially give the rest of them a little bit of a run for that fight there. But no, instead, Powerful taking this for the team is gonna go on ahead and continue running away. I mean, YaLLa in that 2nd place position wants to go on ahead and defend that. I'm sure Powerful is just going to go on ahead and try to survive until the late game.
I mean, that is basically done yet, right? Like, I don't want to say it, but I can't stop thinking about the math. Like, they need 21 points to go to take away the top. And then Cryptics now just have a 39-point lead compared to NASR Esports. That is a 24-point chicken dinner, and 24 kill chicken dinner. You need 25 if Cryptics get even just 1, and man, like, that blows my mind. And I don't know, like, it's a little bit anticlimactic, but it's also just that type of shenanigans is the word, right, that you talk about. But you know what? It's not over. It's not over. Banda is very strong. We've seen him do that, and he took the time to crawl down. And this can be huge. We never underestimate the power of the duo. Okay, I know it's 20-something points, but it's not impossible, Span. I don't want to think that there's no world that it could happen.
No, I mean, it is possible. We've seen it happen before. We've seen even solos going ahead and get a crap ton of points for their team and put them in a great position. So, I mean, YaLLa getting that res, honestly, is pretty huge. And even, oh my goodness, every single fight at this point is going to be pretty huge. ABIAH actually getting a fight with NASR. This is the next team that's in third place that could potentially give Cryptics a little bit of a run for that top spot. Of course, as difficult as it may be, will it end here? Will ABIAH be able to do it? But let's see. Looks like Azid's kind of behind on the other side of the wall. Batika instantly going to push. Blade Prone gets the knock on him. It looks like a 6 Naya going to fall as well. And now that leaves just KURD left. Let's see, the push is coming through. It's just at a 1v1 here. Let's see who's going to get it, Nabo or HUD. It's a really close one. Both of them down to around the same HP, around 10 HP, but it's going to be Nabo that takes it away for NASR. ABIAH Esports eliminated. They were in that 12th place position. It looks like that's where they're going to stay. NASR, no flushes were on them. That means they could potentially go on ahead and res to full team once again. Oh, and it looks like Triple Vibes realized what YaLLa was doing here, pushing into that warehouse. Have now caught Bandar down below.
I have no words. Because you could see actually, Span, at the bottom of that table as well, that's bottom of the mini-map, I should say, Galaxy Racer lost another one. SUDOR chased into Sami to make sure that they got the job finished. And they're not the only team around there. We've got more teams trying to punish this, like the kings, supposedly the kings of this region. And man, like that was just insane. But the kings of the fifth game, I would say, is now under pressure. Twisted Minds, where have you been all day when we kind of hyped you up for this tournament? And you know what? This is time to change it. They can still make something happen, but the double headshot takes out not just the life, but the helmet.
Yeah, instantly Ali's going to be backing on up here. Vigors does have the opportunity to get this res. There we go, the friendly smoke coming into play as well. That is going to provide them some much needed cover, even though that's obviously going to be where they're going to be standing, and Ali knows that. The push coming through, but he doesn't know that there's 3 of them there, so he instantly falls. iKURD Triple Esports eliminated in that 15th place spot. Back up to Fate and NASR. Looks like NASR, they're able to hold on for a little bit longer, but now Fate is here to try and give them a little bit of a run too. This is a 3rd versus 4th. Wait a second. iKURD, SUDOR just went on ahead and was taken down. And Fate, there we go, and knock on one of the members of NASR here. Can he get a second one? Doesn't look like it. Hassan is safe for now, and Nabo will go on ahead and trade some damage back. We already said it. This is 3rd versus 4th place teams right now, and the push is strong.
Wow, and that's the momentum actually on the side of NASR. But the problem is the covers, it makes you you're so stuck. It's not just that, it's with the gas can as well. Nabo, if you want to get knocked, you can just said, but that will be the flush going through as well. Fate wants to take things into their own hand. That's their own fate. That's Hassan trying to drive out, and that will be him just escaping. But will that still be the case? Asawi can chase it down. He got the sight lines, but he will stop to follow, but into the hands of another team, and that could just be the mouth of the Tigers.
So close. Hassan almost just unrealizing ran over a member of Real Tiger 9 there, but unfortunately just barely missed. And Hassan, he's just sending it, trying to get to safety. Unfortunately clips the rock though, and Zeko has claimed that as a point. NASR Esports eliminated 12 teams left once again. It looks like the fights are not over. Look. Twisted Minds are now fighting KURD Squad. What is happening? Everybody's just being super aggressive. It also looks like YaLLa. Wait, is it just not powerful? Did Bandar get taken out, I think?
Yes, I mean, Triple Vice fight, okay, they've been so late to the party sometimes, but this time, suddenly, they come into boot camp, so early on. They play this, this split compound, or should I say coast compound, on that east side of Hartin, and suddenly they become quick. Like, I don't know what's going on. Like, Kamodi's still around Sami. He escaped. Like, he actually outlived the side of SUDOR. SUDOR tried to chase down, Lusail chased down as well, and sweep out and eliminated SUDOR, and then progress into zone. Like, Hamodi is fine. I mean, I talked about it doesn't matter. You don't need to. Like, if you have a teammate, he's there to help you loot more first aids. That's kind of in a way true, right? It can even go all the way down to Bantai. I mean, Fate drops around Camp Charlie, maybe get one into Bantai. We don't quite know from earlier bots. So if you are interested, go back and find out. But I still think with this almost a disrupted lobby by this, all these actions so far, I can believe that Hamodi can get enough points to bring his team back.
We'll have to wait and see. He's definitely hanging out in semi for now. Probably going ahead and doing exactly what you said. Going ahead, grabbing those first aids and healing on up. At this point, 12 teams are still alive, though. Phase 3 is now starting to go ahead and close. We'll see just how much longer he's going to be able to survive out there as all these new teams still inside zone. I mean, the zone has closed once again, kind of pulling over towards that eastern side. Some of them have to go ahead and make a little bit of a move. And just as we keep an eye on that mini-map, we can see that there's definitely a lot of teams right next to each other. So everybody still has to be careful about rotations, who they're going to be running into, and of course taking those fights. And well, it looks like Powerful is still being a little bit of an enigma for Triple Vibes. Can't quite catch him just yet.
I know, right? And right now, to be fair, we talk about who's going to win the whole thing. I feel like we have the answer, but I don't want to go into that yet. It's our third place as well, like we spoke about. That's ban. It's also about staying in the PMPL. Like sometimes, you know, like from season 1 to 2, like those top 12 teams actually get to retain, and we bring in 8 new teams per region. So these teams got actually something that they are fighting for. We have not got the answer as to how that leads to seats in the next spring split in 2022 yet, but it has some effects. Like we know that for sure, right? It's kind of just how it has always been. So like this is still a game for these teams to play at the best, like as always. I'm not saying that people don't, but sometimes when you just feel like you're towards the end of the tunnel, you just want to try something different. But you know, we are still sometimes down to those 1 or 2 points. Look at that middle table. It's actually extremely close, man, and it's not for these teams to fiddle with. Like this is actually maybe a whole other split of opportunities in front of them from this game.
Exactly, and we'll just have to wait and see how they're going to be able to go ahead and take that for themselves and be able to use it. So we'll just have to wait and see. I'm kind of curious on the amount of teams left. You can see it on the right side of the screen right now, which teams are currently still up and how many people are still alive. And at this point, I'm kind of surprised that we're kind of having this long of a downtime. I would have expected the action to have been continuing consistently, but at this point, we kind of have a little bit of a break.
First day.
27. Oh, yeah.
20. That's 28. I mean,
they're actually going on ahead and dropping off meds to him.
You know what? Like, this is actually great. I mean, to be fair, we think about game plans. The only way that Cryptics can lose this is, I don't know. Like, practically, there's no ways. But they want to have the balance between 2. Like, they want 3 to just go, like, full send mode. Fight everything, full aggression, nothing to heal them back up, but the other one to keep that backdrop always, and that is good. I feel like it's a little half troll. Like you don't need to do it yet. The next phase, if you don't get the circle, yes, maybe you do it, but it's not bad. I mean, we talk about how you always need that strategy at the back of your pocket, and 27 first dates, huge preparation coming through, and I mean, just by doing that may sometimes mean winning the game. Especially when they are spared from the circle span. You get what I mean, right? Like they get to not use those first dates for a very long time. So they actually come in and start popping them from phase 6 if they didn't get circle again. And I don't think some of these teams have what it takes, to do that. So they can still not just win these finals here. Of course, it's been so good to see them come back strong. It's about just getting the most amount of points as well, like with that strat. And sometimes, man, like I do want to see this type coming in, and we see some crazy stuff happen in the past.
We can hear some shooting in the distance as well. Looks like another team went on ahead and found each other. Lusail is currently down to the southern side, though. Spotted out Fates right in front of them at that compound right beside Bon. And we know Galaxy Racer is making a big rotation down on the southern side. Looks like YaLLa, on the other hand, the other solos could be making a big northern rotation. We'll see where YaLLa is going to end up at this situation, but we can see just how much that HP is ticking on the southern side. Wait a second, maybe YaLLa might be running into Galaxy Racer. We'll never know, but also look at that kill feed. Looks like Fate is going to be able to take some kills, some knocks onto Twisted Minds. Vigors, I believe, might be the last one alive unless Kato. Nope, Kato is still good, just a little bit lower than the rest of them. Fate, with this movement, they just sent it across the map here. They saw that it was open and they just absolutely went for it, grabbing potentially, arguably, one of the strongest positions other than the team that has a compound directly to the north of them.
Very important, right? Like for some of these teams, NASA is out with a total of 172 points now. And before this game started, Fate, which is just behind them, was at 166, and RICO Infinity Team 163. So both teams can still, come in strong. And to be fair, Fate already got like 3 points in here, so they are another 3 points away to tie with the side of NASA. It's still very possible. They've got one of the strongest center positions with elevation as well, and that will be the run done for YaLLa Esports. But Span, they bloody delivered. Like I have nothing more to say. Like from what they were doing before, this is a good change. But Hamodi, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
The last one for YaLLa drove right into this, was taken down, and then Hamidi went on ahead and gave the rest of Cryptics a surprise. Senke and Lazy Boy both down. Let's see if Marshall will be able to finish it off with this one nade. I think it's close enough, and it is. Galaxy Series to go down 2, but those 2 solos went to the same exact spot and mess with our top team right now. Cryptics, let's see what they're going to be able to do now with just 2 left. I think Lusail, knowing who's over here, are instantly kind of sending around this direction. They know that 2 of them are down and 2 are only left, and here we go, sending it into the smoke. Cryptics, Marshall is not going to be happy about that one. Quick retreat, running and jumping off this cliff. He knows he needs to do something drastic to stay alive, and wait a second, watch it get shot in the back by K12 Tiger.
Oh my god, like that is good. Like, and you can see, I thought they might have lost the guy who has all the first dates. The answer is no, so that's probably El Chapo. So you see, like that is still possible, but Hamodi, I mean, he tried. Like he really hurt the chance of Cryptics making this the biggest win as well. They could have won this last game as well, like to win this championship. But Marshall is now here to maybe spawn more and cross this mountain. The OP spot coming from KURD 12. They missed that super weekend. They say we are back. We are here to redeem down until our last breath.
Oh, definitely. Taking a lot of shots from far. It also looks like Falcons are going to be running up on top of them, but let's see how they're going to be able to take it. It looks like Lusail is going to be eliminated from that distance. Reva just not even letting it happen. Down they go. Now only one team is left down here on this side, and that, of course, is Fate. Reva going to go ahead and get a knock onto Lath as well. Fate, honestly, had been looking super strong with the rotation into this compound, but now it is... not the best place to be whatsoever. This instance zone hard shift back over towards the west. So hopefully they're able to keep their vehicle up and alive, because they're going to need to take it to basically make a rotation right on back to where they started. Straight into Real Tiger 9 and Twisted Minds though.
2 teams tanking right now, like Cryptics tanking, RICO Infinity. Verdant is on very important duty. Like if he can actually out-tank the side of Fate, this is key, because they only got 3 points below them before this, but Fate went for the try and Ragnarok got in. The top fragger got in.
Still on the very open side of that hill, though. I'd be quite nervous. Looks like the last 2 members of Twisted Minds will be found out, though, by Real Tiger 9. Out they go. You could hear the shots of the DBS. I think Fate now. Ragnarok wants to get involved, but a little bit nervous because of the shotgun shots. There we go. A little bit of damage trying to get caught onto Jigsaw. Maybe this one's going to go ahead and be able to take them both out, but doesn't want to push too far. Jigsaw goes down. Zeko now the last one alive. The thing is who has the shotgun? Still a little bit of a concerning thing to be wondering here, but doesn't matter. Zeko is also down. Ragnarok, you already said it, he's the fragger, and it looks like he's going to keep his spot inside of the zone. Real Tiger 9 out. Cryptics now. Marshall, the one holding in for the team, is trying to get closer, has spotted out Lath for Fade, but Golden is instead going to go on ahead and take it. Look at that zone now, too. Is it hard shift back down to the southern side? This is Fate Circle.
This is so key. Like they made it, and you know what? That was also the side RICO Infinity not making it through. This might be just the game. Like Fate takes 3rd place, and that they will be quite a lot richer as well. And you can see they were still also prepared. 9 first dates in that last player, so they found that balance between the rotation and survival. They played great PUBG in this game.
Let's see now what the next teams are going to do. KURD 12, you can see that they're nervous. They're kind of going on ahead and trying to clear out their northern side. They obviously need to, because look, Damar from FalconsEsport is there. They were kind of clearing the northern side, but they kind of stopped short, and that could end up being the thing that comes and bites them in the end if they don't get rid of that solo, if they don't clear effectively in this position. They just need to go ahead and get a little bit closer to this zone. It looks like Fate is going to be able to take down Marshall. They're still one up, though, from Cryptics inside of the blue zone. We already know. See, there he is, Il Chapo, trying to go for that strat. And here we go. Fate now making their moves on the KURD 12. FalconsEsport will in fact be eliminated. Ragnarok going on ahead and helping them out in that situation, but the blue zone doing a ton of damage to KURD 12. Here we go. Some nades now being tossed back and forth. If Fate is able to survive that slew of nades, they could continue to take out the rest of KURD 12, because look at how hurt they are.
Oh my lord, and Ragnarok survived with just a sliver of health. It will be Cryptics praying that they can go even further. But K12 with the legendary comeback towards the end. They missed that last Super Weekend, but here to take down the Kings, and they refuse to go down without some good games of PUBG.
Ragnarok now the last one alive for Fate, trying to go on ahead and take down the last 3 members of K12. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it. He's super low HP though, down below half HP, and unfortunately he can't go on ahead and get that last kill there. KURD 12 Esports wins our game, our very last match of PMPL Arabia here with a good amount of kills, 10 kills, and we'll end up seeing how that does for the overall leaderboard. But of course, we also need to know who is going to go on ahead and take that top title, Tarzan.
Wow. I mean, we kind of know those maths already. Like, we don't know all the tiny bits, like when we talk about PMGC points, we talk about next stage of the PMPL, we don't know about the next season, but right now, right here, Cryptics did the best in these finals. And I mean, I wouldn't have expected that, because I literally initially classified them in the same category with some of these teams that just play blindly on that edge, a little bit blunt coming in, don't know how to capitalize on their possession. They were that team around Rozhok. Get blessed by the zone, come into phase 3 or 4 in headshot hills and die, lose all the cars or something like that. But somewhere from then and now, they fix things. And man, like, this journey to see these teams grow is actually amazing. The consideration, the control, like all aspects of the skills within this game, they actually all increased in their level of proficiency, I would say. And that was lovely to see.
It definitely was. Cryptics, they were at the top of this every single match leaderboard, it feels like, today as well. Even this one, look at that 4th place Cryptics, 10 placing points, 1 kill point for 11 points. They did exactly what they needed to. I mean, KURD 12, it looks like they're going to end off with a bang as well, with 25 total points. And it was a great game for a lot of these teams here. Even Fate, they were in 4th place with that 18 points. We'll see if they're going to be able to jump up any more. And if they do, obviously that's huge. We already talked about the points differences, the prize distribution differences, I mean. So just even a singular placement up, especially in that top 3 area, would be absolutely massive for these teams.
Yes, I just can't wait to see it. But I feel like I have enough clarity in my head still, although I've been extremely hyped from what we've been watching. It should be still the same team leading the board, and then kind of have an idea of how 3, 4, like 5, 6 looks like as well. But man, like, I feel like we have a very decent roster, should I say, of teams representing us, like in all these international stage that's coming up for the rest of the competitive calendar for this year. And you know what, that was a great game to watch. And Golden, I'm happy for K12, because we thought we've lost them. I thought they've lost themselves as well, and coming back, huge game to win it should be good motivation to at least keep a team together, because that's the least thing that we want to see, for teams to go apart for whatever reason. If it's for life or whatnot, it's fine. It's a game. But yes, if they can stay together and help each other through not just the game and in other aspects, it would be great. And I'm going to leave this to you. This is the banger. This is the finals. This is us almost done.
Yeah, and look at that. This is our overall rankings. Just a big congratulations. Our PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Kings, as you called it, is in fact Cryptics in that #1 spot with a total of 218 points. They got 2 chicken dinners, 134 placement points, and 84 kill points. They're going to win Season 2 of PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. Big congratulations to them. In second place will be YaLLa Esports with 188 points, coming in that second place position. And then third place, look how close Fate Esports was to going on ahead and getting even further. They jumped from 4th into 3rd with 184. Then NASR Esports, RICO Infinity Team. We have Galaxy Racer, iKURD, Triple Esports, SUDOR Esports, and then 9th through 16th as well. Just GG's for participating in everything. We had great games. Twisted Minds, KURD Squad, KURD 12 Esports, Lusail Esports, Esports, ABIAH Esports, Triple Vibes, and of course, Real Tiger 9.
It's actually quite mad to see how far Cryptics came. Like, they got themselves a 60-point day. YaLLa Esports got themselves a 26, and that is why they kind of stuck around there. Let's not forget how far Fate Esports came. Like, I need to actually check it. You know what? Like, Fate Esports with 184 points, and they got themselves 78 points today. Like, they could be so close to taking maybe 80. And then they would have taken the second place as well. That was the team that we were worried about. We talked about mentality span. We talk about attention span. We talk about really just the ability of these teams, you know, to bounce or whatnot. But we've seen, if I need to pick one word, it would be colorful. We had a very, very colorful tournament. The characters that we see from these players, the personalities through the regions, I've seen even on social media, the passion through different broadcasts, and is our absolute honor to see them like this. And we have a long way to go. It's not by mistake that we have quite a lot of spots, you know, from the region for international tournaments, because we have developed. And I'm very proud to say that I'm part of the journey.
Awesome. Anything else you want to say, Tarzan, before I wrap this up officially?
No, I think that's it. Like, if there's anything you can bang, you know, you can spam my inbox, you can DM me. I didn't mind. Like, I mean, there's things that unsettled maybe, but no, like, other than that, that's it. Just everyone take care. I'm very glad that you're still here. Like, thank you for your patience. I know sometimes with broadcasts or whatnot, they could be small technical things. So I'm so glad that you are, you know, stuck with us still. And you know what? Like, just take care of yourselves. Like, it's been a great year, great season span.
It has. So again, big congratulations to Cryptics and GG's to everybody who went on ahead and participated. It's an absolute pleasure to be casting here beside Tarzan, and once again being here for Season 2 of PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. But that is it for Season 2, that being said. So we're going to go on ahead and wish you guys a good rest of your day, and we will catch you next time, hopefully, the next big event that happens. So see y'all soon, and have a great day.
GG's.
Bye.
شوف لعيبة الايكورد وناصر، حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر وهيرو. وفعلا نابو يا ولد، يا نابو يا ولد، يا نابو يا ولد، يا نابو. لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.